and we will surely go live. We may even be live even as we speak.
Sounds about right.
So I will put, before we begin, oh, that's me being live.
Sounds about right.
Excellent. So I will put, that's getting doubly confusing. I will share a link to the Discord. Okay, so you'll find us in the link on the Discord if you want to share that link with anybody else. So, welcome.
Oh, the Effect Podcast Discord is just being opened to anyone, is it?
No.
Oh,
That Discord is just us. But on there is a link to the stream we're now running. If you want to share that link with anybody.
I misunderstood. I have now done that.
And I'm going to leave the Discord open or the chat here. I just want to say, this is a horror game. There is potentially things that you may find triggering. If anybody wants to touch the X card, we haven't got a fancy X card function in Zoom, but just send me a message on Discord or on here, and I will address the situation, whatever it is. Now, going through the scenario, I think there's one thing that is potentially triggering. I know you all not brilliantly well, but I've picked up on some taste and stuff like that. There's something though that may be triggering that I just want to warn you about. And if anybody wants to say they want to draw a line over that, one of the scenes may happen in a special care baby unit. So if that brings back painful memories, just drop me a shout on the Discord and I will massage it a little bit. Or it should Discord or the chat. Is everybody okay with that?
Thanks,
cool.
Man.
So why don't we start by introducing ourselves to any viewers we've got. I'm Matthew. I'm going to be the GM, and we are playing Unknown Armies, and we're playing Maria in 3 parts, which is something I've been wanting to play since 2018 when this came out for free RPG a day. And I was actually going to be running it on free RPG a day, but nobody turned up for our game at the friendly local gaming store, sadly. So yeah, I thank you guys for helping me finally achieve a dream. Shall we start with you, Neil, because you're on the top left of my screen, with who you are and who you're playing? And I'm just going to shut the door while you say that.
Of course. I'm Neil from Paladin Roleplaying, and I'm playing Ellen Kaludis. And Ellen is in her late 40s, but probably looks older with quite a sort of weathered appearance. And she's an army vet, recovering alcoholic. And she is a Fulminaturge. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but something like that, which is essentially a someone who has a gun as a totem and draws her mystical powers from her weapon. As I understand it, I think that's basically it.
It's a little bit more nuanced than that, but that's a good enough.
I'm sure there is.
There's 2 types of Fulminaturge as well, but we'll get into that if the need arises.
Okay.
So Jonathan, tell me who you are.
Hi, I'm Jonathan. I am a big fan of the Effect Podcast. I'm an admin, organizer, GM for London RPG Community. We run loads of games currently online, but under other circumstances, we met across London in different locations to play games of an evening. I am playing Vince Kirkland. Vince looks young, but he's actually in his mid-20s. He's super tall, ginger hair, kind of got acne marks. So kind of, it looked like he had things going for him, but now he kind of looks just a little bit rough with the description. He comes from not a great upbringing. He has like lots of siblings that he kind of had to take care of, being the older one. And there wasn't a biological father. There were a few fathers growing up, father figures. Eventually, though, Vince calls Child Protective Services on his mother, and effectively gets the family broken up because mum's not a great influence. He is close with, that comes with all sorts of family strife, which isn't great, but he is close to Detective Jefferson, who helped Vince and his brothers find decent foster homes, and has stuck around in contact, occasionally with Detective Jefferson. There's more to it, but we'll go with that.
That's what you want to share at the moment. Okay. Greg, do you want, sorry, not Greg, Phil, I should say. Do you want to introduce yourself and Greg?
Thanks, Matthew. I'm Phil. I'm GM for the gaming group at David's Bookshop in Letchworth, and I've been helping out there and running games there for the last couple of years. I'm playing Greg O'Neill. He is a film critic. He lost his parents before he could really remember them and was raised by his uncle. However, his uncle, despite giving a roof over his head, didn't really play an active role in bringing him up. And he really was a television child. So he was kind of modeled everything on what he saw on TV and in the movies. And he then went to college and got a degree and became a film critic. However, he was pretty acerbic in terms of his online, in terms of his reviews, and pretty much got ousted from the professional circles. As a result, he turned to YouTube, and he spends his time either absolutely lording over or viciously slating films. That kind of sparked him to realize he had quite a lot of power, and he has become a cinemancer. To put that briefly, what that means is that he gains power from tropes, from cliches of film, and he can actually turn that to his advantage. And so you'll hopefully see, if I can get my brain working, quite a lot of terrible puns and cliche from me.
Yeah.
I'll do my best. I'm pretty tired.
Terrible puns and cliches, power your magic.
This is my dream role, Matthew.
So, Paul, I'll just remind you, you're on mute, but do you want to explain who you are?
Yep, I'm Paul Watson. I've been playing and GMing role-playing games since about 1978. And I am playing Jada Parker. And Jada Parker is a fiery, curvaceous redhead who was born in Oklahoma City. Sort of bummed around a bit, didn't do very well at school, and then managed to get a job with Pest and Critter as a bug exterminator. And a while ago, she met somebody called Marilyn, a cathraturge, I think it's pronounced, and who was basically an adept who was obsessed with cleanliness. And as Jada is also obsessed with getting rid of bugs, they became firm friends. And Marilyn sort of pointed out that Jada was probably an avatar of the warrior. This sort of part piqued Jada's influence and interest, and she learned more about her avatar status. She eradicates pests Usually the small, furry or six-legged kind, but I don't think she's got any compulsion about larger two-legged ones either.
Right. Okay, so those are your characters. You are all have a connection with I'm just trying to remember who.
Renee Jefferson.
Renee Jefferson, yeah, and we'll come back to her in a moment. Just briefly, before we do that, we'll have a quick sort of summary, a 101, as it were, on the rules and particularly the world and magic. So the world is our world, and it is full of magic. Most of us don't see it particularly. We just go about in our world, but it's oblivious to the magic. You all play people who can see the magical machinations of the world. And in this game, in this scenario, there are two of those types. Adepts, which are the cinematurg and the fulminaturg, who can use magic is kind of making the people's general perception of the world, making it powerful to you, giving you the power to change the world in subtle ways, or actually sometimes quite splendid ways, but in a way that most people don't notice. So we talked about the cinematurg having the power to use cliches. So one of the spells a cinematurg can do, which I think is a really good example, is because in cinema, so many people have been knocked out with chloroform with a cloth over their mouths, which doesn't actually happen if you put chloroform on a bottle, empty it into a cloth and then put that cloth over there. It doesn't happen like that. But that's such a cinematic cliche that the cinematurg can use their magical power to put a cloth over somebody's mouth, and then that person will collapse. So that's what adepts are. They get, if you like, to take advantage of the modern world in a particular way to make magic. Now, to do that, they have to behave in a particular way to acquire what we call the charges to actually change the world. So if we go back to the fulminaturg, they've got two different schools of fulminaturgy, but your particular school, Ellen, is very much sort of wrapped up in Second Amendment rights and things like that. So you acquire charges by spending your time openly carrying a firearm wherever you go. And you can actually get even greater charges when you secretly carry a firearm in places. So there's carrying your gun and being seen with your gun is an important thing. At the same time, if your gun is taken from you, you lose all your charges. But you don't necessarily do the magic with your gun. In fact, one of your spells is called I am a gun. And that means you just point your fingers at somebody and go bang, or say I am a gun. And they have all the effects of being shot without actually having been shot.
Love it.
So those are adepts. The other two of you are avatars, and avatars are very different. Now, I should explain, the world has been going on like this for some time. People believe in things like God, but God, there are no supernatural creatures. We're all human. Everybody, everything bad or good that's happened in this world has happened because of humans. But one of the things is that some humans have taken on sort of such strong characteristics of our human stories and myths that they have become what we call hold on, I've just forgotten the actual word. Gone out of my head entirely. Archetypes. They become archetypes.
Archetypes.
And once you become an archetype, you join what's called the invisible clergy, which takes you away from this world, and you shape the world through your archetypal behavior. Now, certain people realize that they are quite similar to those archetypes, and the more they take on the behaviors of those archetypes, the more powerful they get. So they're called avatars, and they don't have to collect charges to do magic. They have kind of powers that are with them all the time. Perhaps not as strong, not as spectacular as what the adepts do, but they don't need to spend charges to make them happen. That just, when you're around them, they happen. So to give you a couple of examples, Jada, because you're the avatar of the warrior, you're I think you have the ability, not when you're pursuing your purpose, not to take shock checks.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Don't need to take stress checks, and also anyone who fights alongside me in my calls gets a plus 10% to their identity or ability roll. So
excellent. We'll talk about identity and ability rolls in a moment. So, but that's all the time. You don't have to spend points to make that happen. You just have to remind me as a GM that somebody should be adding 10% to their roll, or that you're not taking a stress check. So that's the difference between your powers. You live the life of the archetype and therefore become an avatar. Now this is a game that's all about obsessions. So of course, those of you that are adepts, you're obsessed with your magical school. Those of you who are avatars, you're obsessed with living the life of the archetype, being the best guide or being the best warrior that you can be. And if we were playing a campaign of this, as your archetypical, if you're an avatar, as your archetypal identity gets closer to 100, you may well replace the avatar in the invisible clergy. The archetype in the invisible clergy. But you also get a lot more powerful. You get more and more powers once you get over 71 and then 90. If you hit 100, then one of the fascinating things is, of course, the archetype of the warrior or the guide will then get a bit defensive about you becoming so powerful. They like you being powerful because you add to their power as well. The more warriors or guides there are in the world, the stronger they are, the stronger their influence over the world. But when you get so powerful that you're challenging them, they kind of turn against you, and you may find that other warriors and avatars are trying to bring you down a notch. But we're not going to get that far in this game, so don't worry about that, those of you who are avatars. Yeah, let's talk about the game. So this is a percentile game. And there are, broadly speaking, two things you can roll on. And those are your identity or the abilities that come out of your mental state. So you've each probably got more than one identity, one of which is your magic using identity, your avatar or adept status. But you may have some other ones. So I'm looking at you, Ellen, and you are a fulminaturg, gun magic user. Mm-hmm. You're also a veteran. You're 40% veteran, and you're 20% recovering alcoholic. And you notice there it says something like substitutes for ability. Mm-hmm. So if you move on your character sheet up above so these are your identities down here, up above here are your abilities, but they're based on your mental state. And where a cross is marked, you are moving from left to right along those lines of checks. And these are called hardened notches. So the ones to the left of your cross are hardened, and the one, of course, that is marked with the cross, that's hardened as well. And the other ones remain to be hardened. Mm-hmm. And basically, at each end of those, you'll notice there is an ability. So if we take you, Ellen, to begin with, your fitness is 50% because you've got 3 hardened notches in helplessness. Your dodge ability is 30%. Again, because you've got those 3 hardened notches.
Yeah.
Whereas on isolation, you've suffered more isolation. You're more hardened towards isolation. So your status is 45, and your pursuit, that is running after people, is 35. So as one ability goes down, the other one goes up. Some of you will have features in your identities that means you can use this to fight, but the rest of you, if you are drawn into a fight, you'll be rolling on your struggle ability, and depending on how hardened you are to violence, you are better or worse at struggle. So just looking through here, Greg, you've not really had to deal with violence at all, so your struggle is only 20% ability, but your ability to connect with people is 60%.
So that's
Whereas,
the emotive connection. I was trying to work that one out just now, actually. Okay, that's interesting.
Whereas the rest of you, you've all had 4 hardened notches in violence, so you've all got the ability of struggle at 35, and your ability to connect with people is only 45.
So would that mean that, I'm trying not to metagame here, but
Go
my
ahead.
character
Now,
would be,
this is the time when we can metagame, because we're talking about rules.
he'd be more predisposed to try and talk himself out of an escalating situation.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now, actually, when it comes to talking people out of a situation, we've got
manipulation, isn't it?
a form of combat called coercion.
Yeah.
And to be most successful at coercion, there are 2 ways of doing this. One is you can identify which of their shock gauges is the best to manipulate, and then try and manipulate that. So, for example, if you're the sort of person who can, if they're the sort of person who you think is a bit scared of you, then you might want to threaten them with violence. And so you'd target them with your violence one. You'd still kind of connect with them, but that's the one that you're aiming at. So their defense would be about whether or not they believe you are going to carry out your threat or not.
Okay.
You can also, though, with people you've got a relationship with, roll against your relationship. So you're saying, do this for me because you are my favorite, or my guru, or my mentor, or I'm responsible for you, or you're my protege. And those are those little post-it notes you've got along the top of your sheet. So, every time, as I say, it's a percentage roll. So you take 2 dice, preferably 2 d10s as opposed to 1 10s and 1 20s, and you say which one is the 10s. And the reason you do that is because you can flip these. So you might roll the dice, and if you get, say, 64, and that's above your ability of 50 for a thing, then in certain circumstances, you can flip them and say, right, instead of 64, I will have 46. Those circumstances are generally anything to do with your obsession identity. So even though your obsession identity is Jada, your obsession identity is 60 for your warrior thing, it also means that if you get above 60, you can flip your dice if you're doing something that fits in with your being a warrior. So it means that you can generally be a lot more effective higher up the scale. You don't just have to roll under 60 to get it. Of course, there's a problem there, which is if you get, say, 66 and you flip those dice, nothing changes. So getting a matched result can either be really good or really bad. So it's a bit like, I don't want to say it's critical, because there's a critical result as well, but a matched result means effectively something else happens as well as you failing. Effectively, if you have failed with 66, if you get 22, something really good happens as well as you succeeding, or you succeed extra well. There are also critical roles, but I can't quite remember what they are. So let me just remember what's happening there, and I'll tell you.
It's
If you get 0-0, it's a
Yeah.
fumble, whatever happens. And if you get 0-1, it's a critical success.
Whoops.
Matthew, on charges, do
Yeah.
we begin with any charges, or do we have to earn them? And what's the best way to track those?
Good point. And I can't remember whether you begin. I've just been revising it.
I think I read somewhere that we start with 8.
You may do.
That could be completely wrong.
88, yeah?
No, it'll be about eight charges. Let me just have a quick look. Avatars, adepts.
Yes, it'll be on the one page that I don't think I printed.
Let's say we say 8. I can't quite see it now, but I don't want to delay us too long.
Cool.
But yes, you can earn charges by behaving, and you know on your character sheet there are ways you can earn charges. And if you say you're doing that, then I will give you extra charges. And just, I don't know, there's particularly a charge slot
thingy space.
Yeah.
I've got my not very dark darkness points to hand.
Excellent. Well, that will work. One thing I just mentioned. So various times things will affect you that will require a stress test. And I will say roll on helplessness, isolation, self, or your unnatural ability. And if you succeed that stress test, then you get hardened to it. So you tick off one more notch and your abilities will change because you've gone one notch further up the scale. If you fail that stress test, shit happens, it has to be said, but you also mark off one of your failures here. If you hit 5 failures, then you're very unwell, mentally speaking. But if you fail for a short time, I will expect you to either, we kind of got a choice of actions you can take. I'm just trying to remember what they are. Panic, paralysis, or frenzy. So I'll let you role play that in whatever way when it comes up. But if any of you fail, then you have to think like that. I think that's covered everything. Oh no, rituals. So Paul asked about this and he's just disappeared. I might wait for him to come back. So ritual magic is a thing that you guys don't actually need. Paul, we're just talking about rituals. You asked before the session. Your ability, because you are all magic users of one sort or another, you all have the feature that you can use ritual magic. There are 2 sorts of ritual magic. There's a whole class of characters here in the game that don't appear in this scenario of people who aren't either an adept or an avatar, but they have some small magical ability. They can use ritual magic, and a lot of them are kind of what you might call gutter magicians. So they create and they make up a ritual of some sort to make something happen, to bruise reality, as it were. And one of the things about them is they have to make up a new ritual every single time to do that. There are other older rituals that are based on schools of magic from a long time ago, which effectively build up charges that then spend those charges on a thing. So these are schools of magic that don't have any real power in the modern world because the world's moved on, and we are not all alchemists now. Once upon a time, when the world was based more around the 5 humors, that alchemy ritual magic had real power, and they were adepts like you are now. But you are postmodern adepts, so the real powerful magic is the ones that avatars use now. But you may find some rituals from the past that, although they may be very strange, if you go through the ritual, then things can happen. So that's about it. Oh, demons, I ought to mention, demons don't come from hell. Demons are the spirits of humans who are so obsessed with whatever their obsession was, that they don't go away. So they're not necessarily in hell. They're around us, but you can summon them, bind them, and get them to do things. Generally, they really resent being dead human spirits. And so, although it might seem they can do you favors, the cost will be quite high. And you don't want to work with demons, essentially. They've got a chip on their shoulder. They've all got a chip on their shoulder. I think that's pretty much anything. Any questions?
Can I just ask a quick question about Ellen?
By all means.
You mentioned that spell, I am the gun. I don't see that on my sheet. Was that just an example of a fulminaturge spell rather than one that I should have?
That's an example of a spell. I might have got that from the book, but I thought it was... So...
I seem to have standalone, serious demeanor, and steady hand, steady heart.
I sent you a section of the rules that included a longer description of fulminaturgy, and it's on there.
Okay, cool.
So serious demeanor, steady hand, steady heart, and there are significant spells which you possibly haven't got, which is the 45 caliber exorcism, and now I'm a gun. But to do those, you'll need significant charges as opposed to minor charges. Okay. And I think I'm remembering now that we might start off with 8 minor charges, but no significant ones, I think.
There's a difference in terms of is a significant charge just as in it costs more?
Yes.
Okay.
So to earn significant charges,
significant charges is a lot easier for me to earn than minor charges, to be honest with you.
For you as an individual?
Yeah.
What are you? You're Greg. Let me have a look. Okay. Role players might find that quite significant. There's really interesting sort of formula for in the full rules. They really expect you not to use one of these schools of magic that they create, but for you to come up with one of your own. And there's quite a long, complex way of how do you balance the power of the magic you want to do against what you're thinking you need to do to get your charges. So it's quite complex there. But I'm guessing, for role players, maybe collecting significant charges is a really easy thing to do. But again, I can imagine a whole bunch of people might well point out cliches and do those. We'll see how well you do, Phil.
Yeah. I'm not going to be too upset if any of you decide to follow some really bizarre cinematic cliches on my behalf.
But you never know. There's a lot of that in role playing.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we all ready to start?
Can you explain the significance of symbols?
So generally, in mechanical terms, they are the things that you wear or you carry to make you more like the avatar.
Oh, right.
So in this short adventure, I can't imagine it's going to be a problem, but you are very keen to protect your symbol. So you might say, for example, that Indiana Jones it was an avatar of the guide, say, and one of his symbols was his hat, which is why whatever's going on, he'll reach back in, under the enormous stone door to rescue his hat. So we try and protect your symbols. I can't imagine I'm going to threaten them in the course of this game. I don't remember reading anything about, take the man's symbol away. But those are things that make you more like the archetype, and therefore they are kind of the source of your power as an avatar.
Okay. Thanks.
But so you should be fine with that. The important thing is your taboos, adepts. If you lose all your charges if you break your taboo. And I'm trying to remember what the
So
to
I have to
taboo is.
follow what it says on the taboo and not break it.
Who said that?
Me, John.
Vince.
Yes.
Yes. So so because you're a guide, an avatar, your taboos are
I am always the one to help others on the journey, never to walk the path myself.
exactly. So if you're a cab driver, for example, as a job, you'd never get out to where they're going. You know, you help them on the journey, but you never go into the theater. You wouldn't follow them to the theater because then you'd have done that. As soon as you do that, I can't remember what the how a taboo. I think that would be a. I think that would affect your identity. You drop points on your identity if you break your taboo. Whereas for the avatars, for the adepts, it's you lose all your charges if you break your taboo.
Cool.
Right, we ready to go?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are all in contact. You have various sorts of relationship with a policewoman. We will set this in any town America. Within a campaign, you're very much meant to kind of set it in a world you're all familiar with. It's very session zero heavy. But imagine this, I imagine, as some sort of West Coast town, unless anybody's got a particular preference that they want to be. So archetypal Starsky and Hutch land or something like that. And you're all going about your job, but then you all get a call from, or a text, I imagine, from Detective Jefferson, which says, "Blue line needs your help. Call me ASAP." Detective Jefferson knows that you are all various forms of magical person. She isn't. She's of that other class of character, somebody who knows magic, but is neither an avatar nor an adept. And she has revealed to you that there are a number of policemen all around the world who know about magic and try and defend normal people from it. And they call themselves, they're a sort of very informal grouping that call themselves the Blue Line. So when you read Blue Line, you know that's what she's talking about.
Okay.
So when you
I'll,
call her, I guess you call her all individually, but she coordinates a sort of conference call. And here we are on Zoom. I think, to be honest, this game was written a little bit before Zoom was famous, so I don't think it's a conference call like this. I imagine you're all on your mobiles or your phones, so it's voice only. And she has said, look, I need a little favor from you. It's my day off today, but I'm a bit worried about one of our helpers. There's a woman called Maria Menchaca. She's not responding to any of my calls. I can't get to see her right now. I'm tied up with something. Can I ask you to visit her house? And she gives you the address, 2117 West Pine. And says, could you just go and check in on her, make sure she's okay? She's what we call a Van Helsing. We're not seeing what a Van Helsing is.
I'm presuming.
So within the Blue Line, they're all policemen in the Blue Line. That's one of the, or police people, shall we say. They don't let anybody else join them, but they do have sort of civilian helpers. And she explains that, in fact, Maria Menchaca was a policewoman at some point, but sacked. And she's very important to the Blue Line because she's a source of knowledge into the occult world. And as Renee Jefferson uses her she can generally answer almost any question about the occult that Renee has. So she's been quite a useful helper. And those helpers are called Van Helsings by the Blue Line. Within a few days, any question that Renee's ever asked her, she says, well, she either gives the answer straight away, or she says, let me ask around. And she comes back with an answer. And every time, at least in Renee's experience, it's been an answer that's been really constructive and useful and correct. So she's finds her very useful, but she's also genuinely worried about her because she normally stays in touch. She's quite a talkative person, and she's worried that she's not answering her calls at all.
So Renee, how quickly does she normally answer? And I mean, are you saying she's got a perfect record of always answering?
Well, I got in contact with her a couple of days ago about an issue, and she never came back to that. But obviously I left it till yesterday morning before chasing her. As time has gone on, I've got more and more urgent with chasing her.
Yeah.
And now I'm really concerned that something's gone on.
So previously she had a perfect record. She was perfectly good at
she always came back with the facts normally. I mean, sometimes if I'd answered her question by text, she comes back almost straight away with the answer, or she might say, I'll be back in touch, and then gets back in touch. This time I've heard nothing. No acknowledgement of the calls or anything.
And apart from the fact she hasn't got back to you, is there any other reason to suspect that she could be in danger or anything else kind of untoward going on?
Well, I am a bit concerned that she may be in danger or something untoward might be going on. Or it may be something to do with her behavior. I remember, she's not a cop anymore. But, we're all kind of, the job wears you down. I'm not saying there's anything supernatural about this, but just in case there is, I thought I'd call you people because, you know about these things.
Who are you going to call?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you asked us to look into?
It was a minor question. In fact, it's been solved now. It was simply a call about. I thought something was a ritual. I don't think it is. I think it's just kids messing around. But I described the ritual to her, or what I thought might have been the ritual. I talked about some of the detritus we saw in this player. But I think it's just these kids messing around. It's no big deal.
Can you text us the details of that, just in case we need to refer to them later?
Cool. Yeah. A bit later on, some pictures will arrive. I'll describe them in a moment. Pictures do arrive on your phone. It's the location was Redundant Church. There were pentagrams. This archetypal magic, but Vince, I think you're sort of
down with the kids.
Yeah, this does look like the sort of thing that a bunch of goths smoking dope would have, desecrated a church in this way.
In Redundant Church, Anytown, America. Yeah.
It doesn't look particularly significant. I mean, one of the classic things about the sort of magic that goes on in this world is it's not what most of us think looks like magic.
Yeah.
So when you're summoning demons, you don't generally draw a pentagram on the circle. In the Middle Ages, that might have worked. but we've moved on. We do things in a more postmodern way nowadays.
You trap demons on the internet.
Yeah.
Text messages.
Thanks, Buffy.
Boy. I will say, guys, I'll just show you the 3 books. There are 3 print books for this game, and this one's pretty much all full of how you trap demons on the internet and how the internet is in itself kind of sentient.
A whole book about it. Oh,
Could
wow.
do all that already.
It also has 2 lovely entries, which I really love. It says Sex Ghost under S, and it just says C Ghost Sex. And then if you go to G, it says Ghost Sex, and it says C Sex Ghost.
Ah. Long.
Well,
So I came to that conclusion from looking at the pictures.
Yeah, looking at those pictures there, yeah. That you're to somebody who's not in the magical world, definitely it would look like some sort of weird satanic ritual. But
Sure.
as you know, Satan doesn't exist.
Chalk,
There are demons.
pentagrams and candles and sage, and you're just like, yeah.
Yeah.
Screams.
Too obvious the magic was there.
Yeah. Cool.
Anyway, are you all on your way?
yeah,
I think
Okay.
I've got my van. Anybody want me to pick them up?
My character sheet doesn't say that I've got a car or anything, so sure, why not? If yours does says you've got a van.
Yeah, well, it doesn't, but I assume as I'm an exterminator, I've got a orange van with a big bug on the top with a spear sticking in it.
Okay.
If you start asking for sugar water, I'm going to be really concerned.
So, are you all going in the van, or are
Oh.
any of you going independently?
Why not?
Sorry, you're not going in the van, Ellen.
No, I said why not?
Why not go in the van? Okay. I guess I'll tell you why. There's probably 3 seats in that van. It's going to be quite a tight squeeze. That's
Somebody,
That's right.
somebody
in the
sit in the
end,
back.
as you pull up.
Who's the
to-
youngest out of the 3? Out of Ellen, Vince, and Jada, who out of you is probably the most easygoing? Would you say?
I'm in my
Not
late
Ellen.
30s,
All right.
Vince
Late
is
40s.
and I'm sitting in the front because I'm driving.
True. So I'm just going to I'm going to look around. I'm going to see if there's any sort of containers that might have some exterminated rodents. I'm just going to pull one up by the tail and wave it at Vince and say, "Hey, this one looks like it might have done something horrible with one of your siblings."
How are you reacting to that, Vince?
I am going to smack it out of his hand. Greg, that's disgusting. That's a dead rat. Who knows what kind of vermin or germs it might have. That's gross.
Well, it's funny you should ask that question because I've got quite a long list. Jada sticks on a pair of gloves, picks the rodent up and puts it back into the container and says, "Do not touch the containers."
I'm just gonna, just for the sake of this one, this dead rat thing, let's just quickly talk about how a stress test happens. I think this is not going to actually be a stress test. But you're Vince, aren't you?
I'm Vince.
Guide. Normally, something like that, I think, would be a 1 or rank 1 or 2 test on one of your stress gauges.
Okay.
I think it's probably on helplessness. That thing getting waved in front of your face. It's like it talks about being, bullied and stuff like that at school. So how many hardened notches do you have on your...
I'm on notch number 4. So I've got fitness 45 and dodge 35.
Cool. So if you were on notch number 1, I might have made you make a stress test on that one. But you're so hardened to that sort of helplessness by your previous life that you don't have to make a stress test on that.
You merely adopted the dead poisoned rat. I lived with it. I was born with it.
Out of character, I'm really gutted that you didn't go with the cliche there.
Which
you're just collecting charges, aren't you?
I know. Leave me alone.
He's at it already.
I'm clearly missing.
No,
something.
it's fine. It's fine.
What?
We'll come back to it.
Okay.
So we arrive then. I mean, having driven like that, Jada, you're trying to concentrate on the driving while all this is going on. I got a sneaking suspicion there's the other two are in the front seat. Greg's clambered in the back of the van and leaning over the front seat to wave dead rats around.
Only the one.
As you arrive, it's a typical low-income house on a bland residential street. But as you arrive, you see it surrounded by police cars, emergency medical team, and the fire department.
Is there a cordon up to stop people getting near to the house?
There is, yes. There's that basically the policemen are waving people on. It looks the fire department seems to be sort of putting their hoses away. As you look more closely, still from within the van, you'll notice that it looks like part of a wall is blown out. Maybe it was a gas leak in the kitchen.
So as people that would have been called in by Renee, would we have any form of ID to sort of verify that we're there as an authorized representative, or is it more secret than that?
It's more secret than that, yes. Okay. Yeah. I mean, her name might have some weight if you want to. She works for the same police department.
Did Maria tell us how old? Sorry, did Renee tell us how old Maria is?
No, she didn't. But no, she didn't. I can't find it. I will find it.
Okay.
But she definitely didn't at the time.
I'm debating whether or not Vince is going to play the relative card. Being a lanky ginger in his mid-20s but looking a little bit younger, whether or not to play the relative card and just go running up and see what he can find out.
Okay, well, that's as good a tactic as any, actually. So what you're trying to do here is a coercion roll.
Yeah.
You will be doing it against a generic cop, I guess. Who will be just
good old Gene Eric.
Gene and two cops, Gene and Eric. No,
Gene and Eric. Gene and Eric cops.
Continually having one hand on a holstered gun.
You would be making that. You're kind of lying there, aren't you?
Yes.
So what is your liability?
35. So I've got 4 notches.
Yeah, so you're quite good at lying.
So I have to roll over?
Under 35. Unless you think there's any way in which your guide archetype sort of would give you the ability to use that. I don't particularly think so. You could I'd potentially let you channel your protective big brother. So you've said this honestly. You've had this sort of incident before with some of your other charges. So yeah, I'll let you roll on 55 for that one. But generally that's a substitute for dodge rather than lying.
I'm a protective big brother. Of course I can substitute dodge. Okay, well, if you're going to let me, I'll take that. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to roll my percentile dice, and I got 49.
49. So that's under. So yeah, he thinks you're a relative. So what does he say? He says, look, the sisters have been taken to hospital. I think, they're all alive. Nobody's dead. Looks like some sort of accident. We've taken all three of them to the hospital.
Oh, thank God. And that's the nearest one. Active hospital in any town.
St. Mattis Hospital, he tells you.
Sorry,
St.
which?
Mattis Hospital.
St. Mattis. I was going to say St. Agnes, but St. Mattis works as well. Clarifying that, I'm going to go, thank you so much. Oh, this is horrendous. I need to go to the hospital. I'm going to go and see them. At which point I'm going to excuse myself from Jean and Eric, officers Jean and Eric. I'm going to pop around, make sure they're not looking, pop back into the van and download all of this to the others. I'm just going to say there were 3 people in the house where they've all been sent to hospital, St. Mattis Hospital. They're alive. The cops didn't know the condition, so we should go and check them out. Once the house is less actively occupied, maybe we can go and have a look for signs of magic, but let's go and see some witnesses, I suppose. Maybe Maria's among them.
That's good.
A quick question, which we may or may not know based on the condition of the house. While he was having that conversation, looking at it, is it an ordinary house, or does it appear to be a place where nuns or something like that might be? No,
it's an ordinary. You think about the relatively low income sort of bungalow houses you see in American media. Okay. Probably a wooden construction, may have a cellar, basement, I should say, if we're in America, but no upper floor. If it's got an upper floor, it's a single room in the roof space with dormer windows, relatively small. No, definitely not large, not a nunnery.
Okay.
No. So I guess I could say you might be a bit puzzled by this report of sisters. I think you probably got the impression from Renee that she lived on her own.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Can we contact Renee? Is it worth a quick call? Just to see if she knows anything of any sisters, or
it's her day off. She should be not doing much.
Or we could send her a text.
Or
I'll give her a quick call, see if she answers.
Okay. Let me just see what she's doing at this time.
Matthew's got a copy of her calendar. Yeah, she's currently getting her nails done.
Okay. So I think she will be. It rings for some time and then goes to voicemail.
Hi, Renee. It's Ellen. Just wanted to check something with you quickly. We're at the house, and the local police are telling us that there are 3 sisters who've been taken to hospital. So we're going to go and follow that up. But in the meantime, just wanted to check that out with you. We weren't necessarily expecting 3. I don't know if Maria had relatives or if that might be relevant. So yeah, just give me a call back when you get this message.
Okay. So you leave that message, and that's it.
Okay.
The hospital.
Yep.
Okay. Driving to the hospital. There you park. I don't know what American hospitals are like, but I imagine you have to pay for parking. I can't believe that that's an opportunity that we found before the Americans did. But Americans, if you're online and you're watching, just tell us. Okay, so you pay for parking, and where are you heading?
Reception.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know Maria's surname, do we?
Oh, I think she would have
I
told
think
you
we
that.
did
Maria, yeah,
have it.
I did tell you that.
Menchika.
Manchaka.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Couldn't tell you where that's from though.
I might not be pronouncing it properly. In my head, she was of Hispanic descent, but I might even have been told. Give me a moment. Maria.
And I'm not paying for parking. I've got me bug sign on. Exterminator on site card.
Yeah, I can give me a moment, and I will just hear word from Andrew, who is watching. He says parking is usually free since they make so much from the services themselves. Oh, well, that's a good point. Yes.
Yeah.
We use our parking to pay for healthcare, but there you pay for healthcare, and therefore you get free parking. So,
Do you have to validate it with a
charging for
receipt?
parking too.
Do you have to validate it with a receipt?
So, yeah. So you arrive. You're walking into what, emergency room reception, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, things are a little bit chaotic in ER reception as you come in.
To be expected.
So yeah, the desk is there. And there's a couple of nurses are behind the desk. They're yelling at one of the administrators at the desk about the price of insulin. Sitting in the waiting room, there is a junkie who's being treated by a doctor, but the junkie is sort of yelling because I don't know whether he dislocated his shoulder or something, but the doctor's kind of relocating his shoulder there in the chair, so it's quite painful. There's a couple of patients who are they've both got sprained ankles, but they're limping around, and they're trying to sort of organize everybody else. And one of them, in fact, comes to you and says, "Can I help you?"
I'll let someone else step in here. Paul,
Based on
you
Yeah, sorry. Based on the fact I'm wearing yellow coveralls with Pest and Critter Exterminator written all over them, I think one of you guys better have this conversation.
So I before I left the van, I put my hat on. I have a hat here,
Okay.
like that. And so, hi there. We're with the police, and we're trying to understand what happened with the three girls that were brought in. Can you help me?
Okay. So is this your use of costume?
Yes. No. This is a significant charge when you act like a stock character from film for 5 hours or more, down to every stereotype and cliche. If you drop the mask, you have to start over. And I fully expect to drop the mask, by the way.
Sorry, so this isn't though stock wardrobe the spell.
No, I'm going to attempt to get a major charge instead.
Right. Okay. Let me just make sure I'm reading that correct. Okay. So from the police. Sorry, you caught me a bit by surprise there. What are you looking for again?
Doesn't really fit very well on this.
Over your
there were
headphones.
three girls, three young ladies that were brought in. There was an incident at a house. I can't imagine it was that long ago. We really need to find out what's happened and try and get a statement if they're stable, or at least understand their physical condition. Can you help?
Three, you say? Oh, no, I think they were a bit earlier. I remember them coming in unconscious. I think they were in stretchers.
I would put out a notebook and start writing this down.
Yeah. I think I saw one of them a bit later on, I think. Yeah, she was talking, those guys over there shouting about the price of insulin. I remember her getting kind of riled by that and going off somewhere towards, I can't remember, towards the admin section over there. And you can see a sign that she's pointing not at the admin section, but at the sign that says hospital administration.
The patient went that way.
Sorry?
You're saying the patient went that way?
Yeah. One of those three that was brought in. I mean,
Okay.
when I first saw them, they were on their stretchers, but a bit later on, I mean, I've been quite busy here, as you can imagine. There's so many people that need help.
Of course. More so than usual. Is it just a
Well,
a
I don't
normal?
know. I came in for a broken ankle actually, but there's so many people needing help that I just thought I could offer a little bit of help.
Oh, interesting. Sorry, what was your name?
She gives you her name, but I'm not blooming inventing it because she's
Okay. Miscellaneous NPC. That's a lovely name.
Miss
Elaine.
Elaine.
Yes.
Yeah, why not? Miscellaneous. Right. So, thank you so much for your help, Miss Nears. Do you happen to know anyone else that maybe you'd seen with the patients that we could talk to?
No, but I shall make it
anyone?
my task. Everybody I talk to, I shall ask them and get them to speak to. Who are you? Detective?
Detective O'Brien.
Detective O'Brien. Okay, Detective O'Brien. I will do.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You said they went over this way. Oh, she went over this way.
No, not all of them. No,
just the one.
I tell you what, I know they're really busy, but you are a policeman, so I'm sure they can spare a bit of time with you. But at the reception desk, they'll probably explain exactly what's happened to them. I just try and help whenever I can.
Thank you again.
It's very helpful.
Bit of a nightmare having a patient organise the ER waiting room.
This is really annoying me. So just to backtrack very quickly, the spell that Matthew referred to is one where I can dress in a traditional garb for a profession and pass as a member of that profession to others in that profession. So indeed, if I was engaging with a member of the police, I would have to spend a charge in order to convince them.
Right. Good point.
That I only just looked up. Sorry, John, go on.
And for contact, this is great having Andrew from America watching. He's just said, just for context, insulin is $250 to $300 a vial in the US.
Oh, good grief.
Wow.
Something for us to look forward to in the UK.
Every time I think I'm grateful to be in the UK, somebody from America tells me something horrendous about the health service there and makes me support the health service here even more. Crazy. So yeah, righteous anger there, and these nurses are still getting cross about that over by the reception desk with a poor clerk there. You doing anything else?
Well, it's probably worth asking at the reception as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seeing where the other two have gone. So I'm going to go and try and get some attention from the reception staff. And just for fun, I may as well spend a charge and cast Stand Alone. Makes you look more important or notable, adds 10 to 20% to relevant roles if situation fits.
Okay.
Can I wander over with you? I'll let you take the lead as such, but obviously I've got the notepad and I've got the hat on and trying to look as much like an official as possible. So maybe they'll sort of aid with the ruse, if you like.
So I'm just trying to remember whether you just make that happen. I think you do. I don't think you have to roll a dice on your identity to do magic, but I'm just trying to remember whether that's the case.
It doesn't seem like it.
No, I don't think so. So
as long as you spend the charges.
Yeah. So spend your charge and add 20% to roll. And the roll I'm going to make you do is a connect roll.
Okay, so I've got 45, so that takes me up to 65.
65, yeah.
Quite nice. And I get 48.
48, excellent. So she says, she's quite relieved actually because you distracted her from the two nurses that are giving her a hard time. And she says, "Yeah, let me just find out what was the name you said."
Maria Menchaca.
Oh, the Menchaca triplets. Yes. I don't know which one's Maria, but it looks like we sent. And she goes through her papers. Two of them are over there, and she points to, a sort of consulting room, cubicle sort of space. We two of them were in there, and one of them, I'm afraid, we thought we had to send straight to the psych unit. She had obviously been badly affected. Yeah, so one of them's gone up to the psych ward, and the other two are over there, or it should be. And then one of the nurses says, "No, are you listening to me? Look, what are we going to do about this? This is disgrace. Why do diabetics have to suffer?"
I think we wander over in the direction she indicated where the other two are.
That room turns out to be empty.
Okay.
Completely? Any sign? Any personal possessions around that might have been theirs, or just a completely empty room?
No, they didn't seem to come in with. Well, I guess they came in only with what they were wearing.
Yeah, I guess.
It's not like they prepared a visit, so no, nothing else looking around.
So this is Apollo 13 all over again, isn't it, Ellen?
Desperately trying to get those charges.
Yeah. Hang on a minute. Let's pick that one up off the floor.
I've got the worst role-playing colleagues ever.
Unfortunately, your special skills rely on the fact that we're all very knowledgeable about films.
I know. I'll get the GM to do it.
But as you come out of that room, the very helpful woman with the limp comes back to you and says, "Detective O'Brien."
Yes.
I think I found another witness who says that one of the sisters went up in that elevator over there. She was talking, it's very strange, I don't quite understand why, but she was talking very much about the strength of parents and how they're such an important part of the world.
Well, they are indeed. I mean, that's that goes without saying. Thank you. Maybe we should pursue that.
Right, they're kind of in opposite directions. So you've got a sign to the administration office. You can also easily see a sign to the psych ward, and there's the elevator to follow. Where are you going first?
Shall I go and have a look around the administration block, because I'll probably fit in quite well there. I can come up with some story about bugs if I'm challenged.
I am wondering if I can use one of my avatar things for the guide, which is although I don't know, maybe this is a bit spoilery. I've got a note here that says anyone who has my character Vince, as their mentor or guru relationship has a special bond with me. Once a day per person, I can give them some cryptic advice or guidance and then roll a percentile dice that person can then use the result of that roll as one of their own later on. But I've also got a thing about if I roll a success for the guide, so two different things that I'm kind of looking at here.
Yeah. So Greg has you as his guru.
Yes.
But you're also talking about one of your channels. Which
the channels, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. No matter where you go, you have a chance of sending somebody in the right direction. And no matter where you are, you have a chance of sending someone in the right direction. Success is a helpful, albeit vague direction. Match success or crit is not only where to go, but obstacles and challenges along the way.
So I'm wondering if I roll that channels, if I can, depending on the result, hopefully give Paul's character, Jada, a bit of helpful advice in terms of actually specifically in the psych department where Maria might be.
Okay. Do you want to make a roll on that?
I will try.
And
I got 53, which is below my 55%.
I think there's a typo there as well. And I think your identity as the guide should be 65% as well.
Okay.
I think I told you about that when I sent you the catch.
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah.
So yeah, that's successful then. What did you get though? 53?
I got 53, which is just over the 1 to 50.
Very unusually for the guide, you are confused because you're convinced that all three are the right direction.
Okay.
I guess it's the
if you'd got a match success or crit, I might have explained why you're thinking, but they are all the right direction.
So one's been sent to the one was escorted to the psych ward, one went up in an elevator, and where did the third one go?
The one in the administration. You've got a sneaking suspicion that the one in the elevator went to the they don't call it SCIBU in America, give me a moment, but went to the special care baby unit, whatever that is called in America, the NICU, neonatal intensive care unit.
Okay.
So that bit of information is new to you.
Okay. Just a sense of this. I'll share it with the group. I think Vince is going to take the elevator. Okay. Let the others split out how they want to go. But I think Vince is going to go for the NICU. Yeah.
And obviously, I would go for the elevator as well because that lead came to me.
So Jada is going to administration. You two, Greg and Vince, you're going to NICU. And where are you heading, Ellen? Are you tagging along with either of these other ones?
Well, I may as well, as there's 3 leads, I may as well pick up the third.
So we are officially splitting the party here.
Yay! That's going to go well in a horror game. What do we do?
The best plan. We all know this.
3-way split.
Right. Okay. I'm just going to work out how to do this.
I'm splitting the party. Blame everyone else.
And
I mean, I've played Silent Hill before, but I don't think this is Silent Hill.
Let me just think about how I'm going to pace this with everybody. Okay, since you were the most decisive, Jada, I am going to start off with you. You were heading towards admin, right?
Yes, I'm going to. Jada's going to make her way to admin. Obviously, she's got her coveralls on, so she looks like a bug exterminator.
Like yeah.
And she's looking a bit helpless because she's sort of looking around almost as if she's lost to other people, but to herself, she knows exactly what she's looking for, hopefully, and she's just looking to see if there are any women wandering around that look like they shouldn't be here.
So you're kind of covering for yourself, as it were, by being ready to answer. You're a bit confused about where you should be.
Yeah. And I came here for a contact, so I'd like to see if I notice anything, i.e., people hanging around that look like they shouldn't be here. Really, okay. Well, much like me.
On your way to administration, over the PA, you hear something that confuses you, which is code silver in administration, which means nothing to you, Jada. But Ellen, where you are heading, special care baby unit, did you say? No, the others are special care baby. You're going to the psych ward. You hear that, and you know that from your ability as a Gulf War hospital person, that means a violent person in the hospital.
Okay, so I feel a certain sense of responsibility for Jada, and hearing this and suddenly wondering if she might be putting herself in danger, I about face and head down there as quick as I can.
Okay, cool. But we're back. Sorry, Phil?
As a film critic, is there a chance that I may have seen or heard this on films previously and would therefore understand the code?
You're a film critic, not you don't watch ER, but I will give you that chance. Do you want to roll on your crooked film cricket?
I got 16. I don't know what I'm doing against, but I got 16.
16. Okay. You think you have heard that as well?
So I turn to. I don't know if the elevator was already in motion.
I think the elevator is going to be in motion when you hear that.
So straight away I press stop on the elevator and I just turn to Vince. Vince, I think that means that there's a violent individual in the area where Jada's going. Do we want to go and help?
Oh shit. Okay.
I don't know if Jada can. Out of character, I don't know if Jada's the sort of person who can handle a fight.
If you know Jada, you know she's the avatar of the warrior. She can handle a fight.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it to it then, shall we? I'm holding the lift emergency stop button, so there's a bit of a there's the ringing going on and the lift's not moving, and I'm poised to take it off and continue or press a different button. So should we go and help Jada?
Well, I think knowing that you've got that kind of big brother thing going on, that's why I sort of brought it to your attention in case.
I love the camera angle here from the buttons by the lift. I'm really enjoying it.
It's like you're trying to quit Zoom. What do you think? I mean, obviously we need to find out what's going on with the triplets, but
yeah, let's do it. So I take my finger off the stop. I will click on the next level so that as soon as it stops and lets us out sooner.
Or we could just make the lift go back down again.
No, you couldn't. Not if you're going out.
No, it has to finish it.
No, you're right. Sorry. Yeah.
So
you have to go down the stairs.
Yeah, we'll take the stairs down.
Okay,
lot
so
easier
I'm going to
going
run
downstairs
this
than it
in
is
that
up.
Jada's going to get there first.
Yep.
Then Ellen, and last of all, you two. Okay.
And like that, the GM has just reconsolidated the party.
Oh, yeah.
It's just what's said here. I didn't ask you to do this. I was
Like that, the best role-playing party in the world. We consolidate the party for the GM.
First opportunity we had, we split the party. Anyway, please, Matthew.
Okay, so you arrive, Jada, at the administration section. There's a circular desk there in front of a pair of double doors, which leads to a sort of office cubicles. This is all very plush. It's administration. They spend lots of money on the offices here because that's where the real money's made. That's the job of the hospital, after all, is to be making the money, not to be treating the patients. So very posh offices, potted plants on the way, all that sort of stuff. And you arrive at that desk to see that the administrative officer that should be sitting at that desk is actually lying on the floor behind it, badly beaten.
I don't know whether I've got any skills in sort of first aid or anything, but can I see whether the person's actually alive?
I will. Well, tell you what. I'm going to do a couple of things first of all. I am going to ask you how many notches have you hardened on violence? Have you got less than 3 notches hardened on violence? No, you haven't. You're fine.
I've 4 notches on violence. I'm okay with that. Squashing cockroaches.
You've seen the sight. Then I'm going to ask
the warrior.
I'm going to make you since you don't have an ability that can substitute for that sort of thing, I'm going to make you roll on notice, I think.
Of course I can.
So the of course you can thing is, I haven't filled it in, but basically if you say, well, I'm a pest exterminator, of course I can recognize poisons or something, then that you roll on that, as it were.
Right.
I'm an exterminator, of course I can administer first aid, doesn't work.
Worth a try. Okay, my unnatural notice is 45%, so I rolled 34%.
34, and you're checking whether she's got a pulse. She is alive.
She is alive.
She has been badly beaten. You fear there are broken bones, but you don't know how to deal with that. And
while I'm doing this, can I hear any noises, loud noises coming from anywhere else in this area, or?
You may be able to hear some muffled noise from behind the double doors, but it sounds quite distant. It does maybe sound like there is a argument going on.
Okay. So the person on the floor is badly beaten but stable, and I'm sure there's some help hopefully going to arrive soon, and there's nothing I can do anyway. So I'm going to make my way towards the double doors.
Okay. They are locked. There are probably glass. There are glass doors. You can see 2 more bodies who appear to be hospital security, lying on the floor at the far end of the corridor.
The double doors. Is it a key lock or is it a card lock?
I think it's a card lock.
Okay. Quickly going back to the receptionist who's badly beaten on the floor. Has she got a key card?
Yeah. So what are you going to do to search for that? Oh, I should have mentioned actually, when it comes to swapping roles, I'm going to make you roll notice again, because I think that's the sort of thing to uncover it. But I should say, if you want to flip your dice once per adventure, you can flip your dice for each of your rage, noble, and fears. These are your passions, and they describe what's going on. So if you can justify it under those, then you can flip your dice on one of those. But go ahead and search for a key card.
Oh, 88.
88. Okay.
Two fat ladies.
Boy.
Do you want to go ahead and swap them?
You are. What I'm going to do for that one is, you're getting quite frustrated. You can't find one. You kind of want to roll her over to check her, like maybe her jeans pocket or something under there, but she's so badly injured you can't roll her over. So you get quite frustrated. I'm going to count that as simply 10% off the next roll. You've got to that frustration there. I'll do. But at the moment, you're still looking, and at this point, maybe we could have Ellen appear.
Okay.
So
I think. Sorry, go on.
You're coming to the front desk. You see a badly bruised and battered receptionist with your friend Jada the warrior kneeling over her, looking like maybe she was the person that did this.
So I think my training kicks in at this point, and so I immediately want to assess the state of the injuries and rush up and begin to administer first aid to this poor receptionist. Jada, what's going on? Was this you?
Of course not. Come on. Look, I'm not sure. There's two more through those doors that have been injured as well. The door's locked. I was just trying to see if I could find a key card or something. I sounded like this.
Okay. Roll on your hospital corpsman identity, which is 40%.
Yes. 39.
39. Okay. So you check that she's conscious. You in fact bring her back to consciousness. She is injured. You do a quick but nothing life-threatening. No internal bleeding as far as you can see. And she kind of mumbles something, which as you have to bend down and hear it because their throat's quite dry after her time locked out, but she says something along the lines of, all I did was ask if she had an appointment.
Don't worry, you'll be fine. We'll get you help. But who did this?
Woman, furious woman. Kind of round face, late 30s, dark hair with a bit of blonde highlights. Lipstick.
We stupidly didn't get a description of Maria, did we? From
not particularly, no.
That might have been an oversight.
Yeah.
Have you got a key for those doors? We need to go through and see what's going on in there.
Hip pocket, she says.
I reach it out.
Yeah, and there's a card key for that one.
Great. In that
At
case,
which point, we'll have the other two rushing into the hospital, or rushing into the admin block. You see the two guys, or two women, kneeling over a third woman who's been badly bruised and battered.
Greg, who'd have thought that Jada was the person that we saw that was going to be such trouble?
First time.
That's because I've been left home alone. You should have had that one, Phil.
Guys, what's happening? What's going on? Oh, this poor woman. Has any of you have either of you communicated that this person has been attacked?
not yet.
Well, they did announce Code Silver, so I think some people know.
Well, that's okay.
We need to get through these doors. There's two more injured people through there.
Okay. Well, is there a key card?
Brandishing said key card. I rush over to the doors and open them up and see what's beyond.
Okay, so you're now in a corridor. Again, as I said to the others, but you were all listening, of course, it is a posh carpeted corridor. At the far end there's 5 kind of doors into offices on either side. By the far end doors, there are 2 what look like bodies of security guards.
So again, I think I'd like to rush up and quickly give them a once over and see if they need emergency treatment.
As you rush up, I will say that the door on the right is closed. The door on the left is open.
Okay.
The guards are make a roll on your guardsman ability, your corpsman ability.
6.
06.
06.
They're definitely dead. They shot each other. Through your 06, I can tell you as well, you can see 1 gun, but it looks like they shot each other, but one of them hasn't got a gun.
Okay, I relay this to the others. It looks like there might be a gun on the loose. I take the one.
You can hear sobbing from the open door and a muffled argument going on from the other door.
I would like to look through the open door for the sobbing.
Yeah, I'm going to very, very obviously be as far away from that argument as possible, so I'll come to that open door as well. I'm sort of timidly looking over my shoulder to where that argument is.
So initially you can't see anything, but you realize that somebody is hiding under the desk in the little, knee well between the 2 pedestals of the door.
I'll crouch down and have a look.
She is, there's a woman there, she's in shock.
Okay, I'm going to sit on the floor so that I'm obviously putting myself at a less aggressive pose.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. I'm with the police. What happened?
She's not reacting at all. She needs therapy.
Okay.
Vince.
Vince. There's a young. Is she young? What sort of age is she? Do you know
she is not that well described.
Roll for it.
She's a young woman. No, she's a relatively young woman. She's a payroll clerk.
Okay. So I'm in my 30s. So she's probably in her 20s. So Vince, there's a young lady here. She's clearly in shock of some description. She's not responding. Can you help?
Yeah. So Vince is gonna do something similar. Maybe not necessarily sitting next to Greg, but it's gonna go and.
Well, I'll get up and I'll see if there's a sink or something.
I'm gonna try and sit down against a wall, kind of close-ish, like as close as I can get without, finding out where it is she starts screaming. And Vince is going to sit down, lean back against the wall, just take a minute to be with this woman, and using my protective big brother. I know it's supposed to be dodge, but the feature is therapeutic.
Yeah.
So
these are basically, just to explain how these identities work, you can say, I'm a protective big brother. I know what life's like on the streets or something.
okay.
Equivalent to streetwise role. It substitutes for dodge. So your dodge
so I
ability,
use my dodge, but it's just
your dodge ability would be 35, but actually you can roll 55 with this one. And similarly with struggle, you can bend in the fact your struggle is 35, but you could roll 55.
Okay.
And the other feature is therapeutic, which means you can roll on this identity again to do therapy. So
cool.
So you know how to talk people down who are in shock.
But Vince has had a hard life growing up. He knows what it is to hide under the furniture away from an aggressor. So
exactly, yeah.
Sitting down there, Vince is just going to take a moment. It's going to be like, kind of go to Greg, this could take some time. Sits down with her and starts talking a little bit about the situation that he's been in, which was similar. He calls back to a time when he was hiding from his mother, who was on a meth-fueled rage, and the only option really was to hide. So he starts opening up about this to the young woman, and he pauses for a second. He goes, "I'm Vince, by the way, and you are?"
Make a roll on your dice.
So I need to get 55 or lower.
55 or lower. But if you get higher and it's not doubles.
I got higher. It is not doubles. I would like to do the swapperoo thing.
Okay. Well, so you can
flip-flop.
You were talking about I'm Vince. Who are you? So you've got that noble passion for people who know who they are and are happy with themselves.
Yeah.
So you could, I think that one, you could strike that one off. Can't use that again this adventure. But what you then get if you flip your dice?
I'm going to go from a 93 to a 39.
Excellent. So you succeed. That's the power of flipping, effectively, really elegantly done. And she says in a small voice, and she's a bit calmer now, and she says, Brandy Freeman.
What's that? Just to the GM, not to the character.
Brandy.
Was that Randy or Brandy?
Brandy Freeman.
Brandy Freeman. Okay. Well, hey Brandy, it's nice to meet you. We seem to be okay here for the time being. If you want to come out, there's a few more of us.
Who are you?
We're here to help.
Okay. Can we go? Can you get me out of here? She's crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna help. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna help her up. Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna say, yeah, we'll head down the hallway. We'll get out of the administration block. And as we're walking quietly out of the room and down the hall, About halfway, I'm going to ask, can you tell me what you know? Who did this?
Crazy woman. And she describes the dark-haired, slightly chubby woman, bright red lipstick, furious, who went into the office opposite that open door. She said, "But please, get out of here. Let's go."
I am going to walk with her back to the populated ER wait room.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, Brandy, thank you so much. We're having everything looked at the moment. Like we've called the authorities. Please wait here, and they will come and find you. This woman is, as you said, very dangerous, but also is someone that I care about. So I want to make sure that she doesn't do anything else. And I think that I might be able to help her. So if you just wait here for the authorities to come and find you, and there's strength in numbers here. You're surrounded by people. You're not going to be hurt here. But I have to leave you. I have to go back and find this woman.
Okay. Now, all that takes some time, so I'm going to go back to the other three and see if they want to do anything while you're doing that.
Sure.
But she's very relieved, and interestingly, all sorts of things could have happened, but you did exactly what she wanted. Saved all those nasty things happening. Perfectly done. Well done. Absolutely archetypal Big Brother guide. You are the avatar of the guide. If we were running this as a campaign, there'd be some bonus in that for you becoming more like the guide on that one. But meanwhile,
while they were doing that, and Ellen was looking at the guards, could I put my ear to the door where the noise is coming from and see if I can work out the gist of the conversation inside the room or the argument?
Yeah. And basically, you can hear somebody being thrown around the office while a female voice says, $300 for pain relief? About time you understood how urgent pain relief was. How do you like it being in pain? That sort of constant dialogue there.
Yeah. Can anyone else hear that, or is it just Jada?
I think it's relatively muffled by the door, but you're hearing that really clearly, Jada.
I'm going to be backing away from that door, looking very nervous. I'm going to call up to Ellen. Ellen, what do you see up there?
Yeah, remind me, Matthew. So these two guards are at just at like the dead end of a corridor, or
yeah, I think effectively the dead end.
Very dead end.
And these two doors are on either side.
So these two are dead. Looks like they shot each other. And I'm going to pick up the one gun loose because I don't want that falling into the wrong hands. And I'm going to sort of pocket that somewhere. And in the meantime, draw my own gun.
Drawing your own gun.
To get yourself confused in evidence.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about DNA or any of that nonsense. But I'm not, I'm not kind of doing the whole out in front of me thing. I've just got it kind of in my hand.
So it's in your hand. It's not, you haven't just unclipped your holster and got it ready to draw. You've actually got it in your hand.
Okay, let's say in its holster.
Okay.
But ready
for a fast draw. If
exactly.
Okay.
I'm gonna. Have I sort of seen him readying his weapon behind me, or to the side of me?
Yeah, let me just check on something. Okay. You are aware that what you've just done, if you wanted to make a spell, is a thing you can do in stress situations to avoid failed stress checks.
No. Well, I mean, of course I was.
So that's your spell.
That's steady hand, steady heart. Is that right?
Steady hand, steady heart.
Yeah.
Exactly. I just remembered that motion. I thought I read something about that.
Well, there you go. So that must be what I was instinctively doing.
I wondered whether it was a way of where you were subtly telling me that you were collecting a significant charge, but no, it's about spending charges.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a thing that happens. So what you know of Ellen, she touches her hand to a gun a lot of times. What you've seen her do, Jada, is actually unclip her holster, so you know it's ready to draw, but it doesn't necessarily put you out of sorts, as it were.
Okay. I'm going to open the door and go in.
Okay.
And I think seeing that, I'd be quickly behind as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm probably halfway between the two of you, so I'm just going to nod to Ellen and say, hey, cover me. And then I turn around and...
Okay. So as you go in, you kind of surprise her, and you see that she's holding the payroll manager, I guess, Arturo Reyes, if you wanted to know, by his scrunched up shirt and collar, like this. His head is battered, bruised, bleeding. A fist is raised. Her knuckles are covered with his blood and the blood of other people that you've met on the way. And she turns around and stares at you. You surprised her with wide, staring eyes. You have a moment to act.
I am going to say, stop. There is no reason for this.
Okay, so this is what we call a coercion roll. You are appealing, I think, to her sense of self.
Yes.
Okay.
I have as part of my identity coerce helplessness. Don't know whether that helps.
Okay. So to coerce helplessness, you've got to say something that makes them feel that you can just disempower them. And I guess talking about there being no reason for violence is as good a way of doing that as any. So, yeah, roll on your ability to see if you can persuade her.
Is that my identity or the actual ability?
Sorry. Yeah, I should make that clear. I think the one that says coerce helplessness is on your pest exterminator identity.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I roll less than 60%.
Yes.
Only just. And you were going to take 10% off, weren't you?
I was, yes. You got to go roll less than 50%. Is that screwed it up?
Yeah.
What did you get?
I got 54.
54.
But as I'm rolling against my identity, don't I get a free switch there?
No, that's against your obsession identity. So if you were rolling in your warrior thing, then that would be a free one. But you can argue for noble again, helping the clueless.
Yes, I would. Yes.
It seems that all she knows is violence, and you're telling her that violence isn't always the answer.
Violence isn't the answer in this case.
Okay.
If you need money, we can help.
So that becomes 45.
45.
And you coerce her. So let me just think how she reacts to that. Give me a moment. I say think how she reacts to it. I'm told how she's going to react to it. She looks at the three of you and sees herself outnumbered. And she drops Arturo. She lets go of him, and he falls back a bit because he was kind of being held up. And I think she's calmed down. But who's still outside in the corridor?
I think I'm probably the last one in, so...
Yeah, I probably, in the time that it's taken for Jada to do that, I don't think I necessarily would have gotten there before she drops Arturo.
Okay. You are aware of a couple of cops, proper cops, not police, not hospital security, but a couple of cops suddenly come into view round the corner at the other end through the double doors that you came through.
Is it Gene and Eric again?
No, these aren't ones you've seen before. One's male, one's female. And interestingly, Vince, you're Greg. You notice that in this situation, you might have expected cops to be holding their guns. These aren't.
I'm going to spend one of my charges to don stock wardrobe. Can I determine what their ranks are from this distance?
They look like
Generic officers.
just uniformed officers, yeah.
Officers, where are your weapons? You know this is a high-risk operation right now.
I'm loving this. So they're coming down the corridor towards you, and you're challenging them. Is that what you're saying?
I suppose yes, but not necessarily in an aggressive way. More a kind of "have you forgotten something" kind of way.
They kind of ignore you. As you say this, you'd expect a bit of a reaction, either an aggressive one or a submissive one, as it were. But give me a moment. I'm just going to roll the dice and see if they succeed. 6. They succeed. They just push you out of the way casually, but it slams you against the wall that you were standing at.
How do rage triggers work?
Sorry?
How do rage triggers work? So one of my rage is being dismissed as unimportant.
That's on so that allows you to flip-flop a roll. So
okay.
So you now, in the next action you take, you can flip-flop, or indeed anyone where you comply the fact they're doing this.
I'd be inclined to ask them again. I'll pull myself back up and raise my voice and say, "Officers, I ask you a question."
You're
What's
going to try and coerce them then?
Yes.
To respond, and you're using effectively that would be an attack on their self.
I'm going for. I think I'd be substituting my status here.
Okay.
So I can use my crooked film critic identity. Of course, I know what senior detectives are like. I've seen them all the time in films.
Okay, I'm going to let you try that one.
Got 20.
20. You
That's under
would
my
make
50.
an officer turn around normally.
And they just keep going.
Yeah. They're approaching who's in the office and who's outside the office. You're in the office.
They would have gone straight
You,
past.
by the way, I say you, I'm pointing to Vince. You're coming back now and you see these two policemen that you hadn't seen before. They didn't pass you in reception. But you've just seen them push Greg to one side. And Ellen, you're, I think, just outside the office. You see them approaching you.
So they've just pushed Greg down and proceeded
Pushed him out of the way, knocked him to one side.
Pushed him out of the way, proceeded towards the open door where Ellen is standing.
Yeah.
Ellen, who has a hand on a holstered weapon.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought it was drawn.
No, it wasn't actually drawn. No, I clarified that point.
Okay.
Unclipped, ready to draw.
So I think I'm going to, once again, use a charge to cast Stand Alone to make myself look more important.
Mm-hmm.
Officers, I'm so glad you're here. We were sent by Detective Jefferson. There's been some violence here. We're just on the scene ourselves. Maybe you can help.
Okay, make a roll on, I guess that would be status again. Although you get plus 20 on that.
Yeah, so that's so 65 I need then. Ooh, 90.
90.
90.
You're a civilian. They don't care about you.
Oh.
But also, I've got to say, they stand somewhat awkwardly. Now to one side, they're looking in. They can see in there Jada, who's been talking to Maria, who is just let Arturo slump to the floor. Something weird happens. Their arms get longer. And I would like everybody who witnesses this, which is I think all of you actually from your various vantage points. I think you can all see this. To tell me, give me a moment. I can't quite remember how shocking this is.
Reasonably, presumably.
Very unnatural.
It is quite an unnatural. So you're going to be rolling on your unnatural stress. Where does it say how strong a check? I've read it only this morning and I can't find it now.
I hate it when that happens.
That's what book tabs are for. Most of my rule books are
PDF.
Yeah, well, there is that as well.
Okay, who's got 3 or fewer? Who's got fewer than 2 unnatural notches? Ellen, you have to make a stress check.
I have 2.
Jada, you're not shocked by this.
I'm actually facing in the opposite direction, really, aren't I? Because I'm looking at who we now know to be Maria. I'm not looking behind me where they all are.
Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, but you wouldn't be shocked by this. You've seen weird shit in your job.
The notches being towards the left-hand side, effectively.
Yeah,
So I'm on the second notch.
You're on the second one. So you've all got a stress check. Now, I just have to remind myself how stress checks happen.
I think I have to roll.
If you've got a an ability that's either protects
I have. Yes. Unnatural.
notice, I think.
My identity says feature protects unnatural.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So you roll. You can roll on your identity.
Okay.
The others, you're rolling against. Hold on. Unnatural. You're rolling against yourself. So your self score, whatever that is at the moment.
Where do I find the self score? Sorry, I
Hold
don't.
on. Yes, I got it.
In which direction?
It's not
in the
jumping out at me.
It's in the middle. It's the middle.
Yeah. No. Hold on.
Line.
But what's the actual score? Is asking really.
Yeah.
So, like,
Because you've got two ends of that
unnatural-
spectrum, haven't you?
my unnatural bar, I've got notice at the top, secrecy at the bottom. I've only got the one notch in unnatural, which means I'm on 60-20 respectively. So I don't know what that means, what I'm rolling for, other than
I guess it's
I'm struggling to remember
secrecy.
how I do this. Give me a moment.
If this isn't an attack on unnatural, it says on the sheet, defend with knowledge.
Defend with knowledge. Right, that's what you roll against.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So your
self
knowledge
is,
is
Oh, I see.
45.
self is right there. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm blind.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to roll my knowledge, which is
Matt,
45. So I want
Hang on a minute. Matt, before that happens, does my second warrior power kick in at all for these people, which is anyone who fights alongside you in your cause gets 10% to their identity or ability rolls? I don't suppose that. Does that kick in at all?
Fighting the cause?
We'll try and
Is that
I'm
more a
gonna say
theological?
we're all
no
trying
this
not to
time.
get killed.
Yeah, but it's not fighting.
Pretty
So this
broad
is just
cause.
a
Yeah.
visceral reaction to what they're seeing.
Yeah,
as
it's not really a combat,
these
is it, at this point?
arms sort of get
suppose not.
longer, dropping to the floor, and then, like a kind of snake, wiggling along the floor past you, Jada, towards towards Maria. So weird shit. So no, not fighting. So I think this is just knowledge for you guys, and for you, your identity ability, Phil.
Okay, so I rolled 13.
Roll 13. Okay, so you mark a notch off against natural. You've hardened that. You haven't failed.
Okay, so which way does that go?
So you
Forwards.
now, your unnatural one, which was 2, is now 3.
Okay, so it reduces
So your
my
notice is
and increases my
50.
secrecy.
And your secrecy is 30.
Okay, I understand.
So I likewise got a comfortable pass with 45
45 on
against 60.
on your knowledge of sorry.
Knowledge 60 I was rolling against, wasn't I?
Your knowledge is 60, is it? Yes, it is. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong character sheet. Yeah. So 45, again, you now move your unnatural gauge to 50.
Yeah.
But you haven't failed.
Okay.
And Vince, how are you?
I rolled 60 and my knowledge was 45.
45.
So
you
I
have
failed.
So mark off on your unnatural another failed notch. Oh, sorry, no, not another. Where are you? Yeah, another failed notch.
Yeah.
Now you have a choice of how you want to run this, but basically this has freaked you out. You can now basically panic, stand paralyzed, or frenzy.
If
you're panic, you're just running away.
I'm going to stand still. I'm going to be like, what the hell am I witnessing? That is...
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to paralyze or whatever for...
Yeah, your paralysis, yeah.
Yeah. Frozen in fear.
So you are now, you do nothing now for the rest of this scene, effectively. You're just watching all this shit take place.
Yeah.
These arms snake towards Maria, who's just come down, and wrap her again like a kind of boa constrictor.
Okay, can I whip a handkerchief from my pocket, and I want to go to one of the two fake policemen? And, kind of smells like chloroform, doesn't it?
Okay, spend your charges on that one.
Yeah.
And I did pray that. Let's see how they do. How susceptible they are to that. That just works, I think. Oh. Okay, well, I'm going to give that as a go. So, in typical cliched fashion, the policeman, was it the male or the female one?
The male.
The male slumps back towards you,
Random
knocked
choice.
out, but rather than feel his weight on you, as he slumps back into your chest, he dissipates into a cloud of mist and disappears. However, the female's arms are still wrapped around Maria, and she's now pulling Maria out of the office.
Can I rewind a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
As the arms snaked past me, could I have pulled out the only thing I have in my pocket, which is my trusty can of bug spray and my Zippo?
You can pull those things out, yes.
And
you're going
to do the usual Zippo bug spray flamethrower trick.
The usual, yeah. I guess so.
It's a well-known defense against the dark arts.
Given that they are wrapping around Maria now, you're aiming basically at the one where they are on the floor, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Have a go at doing that. I would imagine that's going to be. You don't have provide firearm attacks, do you?
I do not.
No. So I'm afraid that's going to be on your. I might let you do that on your pest exterminator ability. And
okay.
And that's on the full 60 now.
Oh, right. Okay. We'll take that. And I roll a 50.
50. Yeah. So you set fire to this person's arms. And again, as this would normally, actually, would it? Give me a moment. It would do some damage. You rolled 50. I'm going to pull out my big books here. It would do damage to her.
Bringing a rule book to a quick start fight.
I might have to do that, but I'm hoping I can wing it.
And just in case it adds any bonuses, fire is one of my symbols.
Right. Okay. It doesn't particularly, but it would give you experience bonuses that you use fire to attack. That's such an odd one. I am going to just check my other rule book. look at this. Wrong rule book, actually. That one.
I'll try again. That was the internet rule book.
57. So like the damage is, combat is a thing that people generally try and avoid in this game. So I always forget about damage. Fire, non-lethal weapons, tear gas, bellows, nets. Fire. Right, I'm going to treat it for the purposes of this like a gun. So you do the damage of that you rolled, which is 50. So again, actually, this policeman screams in pain, weirdly unnatural, like he's mimicking the idea of feeling pain, and then, or she, actually this one, and then dissipates again into a cloud of black mist and disappears. Maria is still calm despite this weird attack.
I suppose that's more frightening, really.
Did
Everyone else is a bit spooked.
was the payroll manager still conscious for all of this?
Yes.
Not that my character would know, because he's down.
You are now that they've both gone away, you can come back to life.
Collect myself, come in, make sure everyone's okay. Guys, what the hell was that?
Good question. I don't think it's anything I've seen before.
Maybe I could get you all to roll on your knowledge.
I like this game's master. He takes subtle hints.
As long as there's no downside to a bad roll. Oh, okay, no, that's all right.
10.
10.
80.
You have maybe heard, Jada, of actually it's appropriate that you've got this one. There's a sort of supernatural pest control.
Mhm.
The world reacts to people that shouldn't exist by sending what have come to be known as authority figures after them. So this Maria you've got in front of you shouldn't exist, you feel, and these unnatural entities show up to take him out of the world. They show up for demons, they show up for anything that is unnatural, basically. Anybody that is unnatural.
Can I obviously communicate that piece of information to
Everybody else?
everyone else?
Yeah.
Everyone's on the same page.
And they're known as authority figures because they always come dressed as somebody in authority.
Mm.
Clearly, somebody thinks that Maria and her sisters shouldn't actually be here.
When I get into the room, and this information is shared to Vince, Vince is gonna approach Maria. You're Maria, right? We were sent by Renee Jefferson to check in on you to make sure that you were okay. We went by your house and something terrible had happened. We were redirected to the hospital. So here we are. Are you all right? I mean, clearly, you know, stuff has been happening. Can we help you at all?
She's quivering with anger, but she says, No, I'm not all right. I've been ripped apart. Furious. Dad.
I'm gonna look.
Fancy Pants did this.
Sorry, who?
Fancy Pants.
Fancy Pants. I'm gonna look at Greg, and I'm just gonna like tap my nose, and I'm gonna say, looks like we've found Mark Ruffalo. I was trying to think of the Lou what's his face that played in the TV series, but I realized that
Ferringo.
Lou Ferrigno.
Lou Ferrigno.
You mean
but in
David Bruce Banner?
Yeah, but obviously being a film critic, the Marvel movies are probably a bit more appropriate.
Yeah.
So with that, I'll just say, what do you think would happen if we got on the wrong side of her?
I look at the pay clerk manager. So I look back at Maria.
You're not getting that point either.
No. I only get the charges if someone actually says a cliche.
You wouldn't like
quote.
me when I'm angry.
I'm not doing it on purpose. I know.
I'm
just completely oblivious.
But actually, of course, what would have been correct for you as a cinematurg would be, that's my secret, Captain. I'm always angry.
Yeah.
Which I'm going to give you because it fits for her. She says that ever since he did it, that's my secret, Captain. I'm always angry.
You're still dressed like a captain, are you?
I have to be for another 3 hours probably,
something like that. At which point I'm gonna say to Maria, all right, come with me, come with us. We're going to try and fix this. We're going to put you together. We're going to put you back together. Cool.
She willingly comes. She's quivering with rage all the time, but is now not beating people senseless.
I think a penny's just dropped in my head, but that is probably meta. Perhaps we should go to the baby unit.
Yeah,
I think so.
Okay.
Right.
So everybody goes to the baby unit. We're running short of time, so I'm not going to do the journey there. You get to the 4th floor.
Skip to the end.
And you pass a security checkpoint, but it's empty.
Oh, dear.
You would expect here that there should be, again, another guard. There's no guard. There's nobody lying bloodied and bruised behind the desk. Nothing. The place seems strangely quiet. There's a nurse's station. Again, nobody there. You walk past a waiting area, and there's nobody there. It looks abandoned.
I don't suppose there's any sound of crying babies, is there?
No, not particularly. Vince, I think this is where your ability might come into power.
Sure.
The one you rolled before?
Yeah. So that was my...
the issue being, you can't, until somebody says, where
someone
is
else has
she?
to activate it. Someone else has to ask me.
Hey, Vince. Have you got any idea where Maria might be?
Standing next to you.
Give me a sec. I look at angry Maria, and I look at where we are currently. Lick my finger, stick it up in the air. and I rolled a 27.
27.
Ooh.
So that's a reasonable success. And so you know where she is, and you can point to there's behind the nurses' station, there's a staff restroom, big sort of staff lounge, and you think she's in there.
I am going to point the party in that direction. But in order to maintain my taboo, I'm going to stay back, and I'm going to suggest that Angry Maria stay back with me for the time being as well.
Okay, right. So what are the others doing?
I turn to Maria and say, we think she might be in there. Is there anything that we need to know before we go in there?
What I can tell you?
Yeah, the character Maria can.
Well, that's I was being character Maria. Did you not see me?
Yeah.
I was channeling Maria.
Ah, sorry.
Are you saying that I'm not a very good actor or something?
And
Oh,
today's Oscar.
What happened?
Anything we need to know? I don't know exactly which part of me this is. I can't predict what she's going to be like.
So it's not your sister? So it's not your sister? I'm not sure that in character we really know that they're three.
No, she's not my sister, you idiot.
So
I'll look up
you
at the.
understood what was going on.
I look at Greg. I go, "This is Maria Hyde. We need to find Jackal, but also another
Jackal
version.
Maria Happy.
We need to find Snoozing
Sleepy.
Dog.
Yeah.
Alan, do you think we should go in?
I think we should, and this time I'm definitely drawing my weapon.
Okay.
Do we really want to shoot Maria Happy if it is Maria Happy?
No, but who knows what might be with her.
Okay, as you approach the door, you can hear a voice that sounds calmer than Angry Maria, making a speech of some sort.
Can we detect anything about the content of said speech?
It's very calm. If you're listening at the door,
Yeah.
She says, that's why this is such a special place. You hold in your hands the future of humanity. And by giving birth to these babies, by looking after them, you are the future of humanity.
Okay, maybe this isn't a situation for a gun, after all. So back it goes in its holster. I guess I would just like to sort of gently push the door open and kind of...
Okay, gently pushing the door open, you can see that she is stood on a chair,
addressing the babies,
surrounded by all the staff of the NICU, all the patients. People have brought in babies in incubator units, have been wheeled in. The place is crowded. There are some sitting cross-legged around the very legs of this plastic chair that she's standing on. There's people sitting on all the sofas. This is like to use something that you might have seen, Greg. I don't know what you thought of the 1970s film production of Jesus Christ Superstar, but this is like that opening scene where he's
She's properly
Judas
kind
was
of
getting really cross and
proselytizing.
stuff, and this is like in fact Jesus on the Mount in the Life of Brian, and you're right at the back going, did you
We
say
do
blessed
have
are
a
the
Maria.
cheesemakers?
He's a very naughty boy.
Yeah, she's standing on a plastic chair, talking about the virtues of altruism in the face of adversity. She praises the hospital staff for all the work that they're doing, how important they are, and then praises the parents for being amazing, and then talking about people, wonderful people she's met in her life, and the amazing things they've done for her and for people generally. And everybody is listening, rapt and calm. Even the babies appear to be listening, and they can't even speak English there.
Sorry, Phil, did you already make this joke? I'm not sure, but have we just found Ave Maria?
So,
He could have got a point for that, couldn't he?
As you open the door more widely and look in, everybody, she stopped speaking for a moment. Or rather, I don't know if she stopped speaking, but everybody kind of turns and looks at you. And then because she's carrying on speaking, they kind of look at you a bit. No fear or anger or anything. A welcoming look and perhaps a smile. And then they all turn back to listen to her.
Yes, I'll certainly walk in, and this will fall on deaf ears, I'm sure. I'll say, excuse me, may I ask a question?
Of course.
I wondered if you could say something about your upbringing, about your parents.
My parents?
About maybe your father, or maybe tell me something about your mother.
My mother? I'm sure you're looking for a cliche here, which I'm not getting.
Fail. Matthew, I'm disappointed in you.
What were you aiming for here?
I thought he was going to come out with how do you solve a problem like Maria?
I thought for sure.
She said, I was born in the slums of Mission, Texas. My family life was not idyllic by any means, but my parents were loving and they tried hard. It's just that my neighbors were less than helpful. My sister caught HIV and died. But I feel that she watches over me still, and she inspired me to do something better with my life. I became a policeman. It took me a long time. None of us are perfect. It takes effort. 5 applications it took for me to get that. But then I passed the test. I was never the best cop. But those around me supported me. They gave me confidence. Even at that time when I killed that person who was being so cruel to animals, I lost myself. I shot my whole clip into him. And thanks to the support of all my colleagues, I wasn't found guilty of murder, even though obviously I had to resign.
I look over at Angry Maria as I'm hearing this through the open door, and I just give her a bit of a look and I go, I'd have done the same.
Angry Maria seems to be slightly weirdly attracted to her voice. She's staying with you. She's docile, but you can kind of see her fidgeting to get in there and see for herself.
I'm just going to say, well, Maria, did you want to go in? Like, do you know what happens if the two or three of you connect? What's the story?
Like I've got any idea what happened. This is like the millionth time it's happened to me. Obviously, I always get split up. But she does want to go in.
Well, yeah, please.
And she walks towards it. As she's getting there, those of you who are listening to her says, you know, I've done terrible things in my life, but even the people that take those poor men that I lured into my house so that Fancy Pants could possess them. You know, the things Fancy Pants made them do, I am constantly blessed that they have not tried to come back and take their revenge on me. They're wonderful people. And what's interesting to those of you watching this is that none of the crowd are taking any sort of offense at the whole kidnapping for possession by a demon thing, but they're all muttering about what wonderful men these people were for not trying to come and kill her. And then when Maria comes in, when angry Maria comes in, as soon as she appears by the door and catches Ave Maria's eyes,
I'm really glad that stuck.
There's an acknowledgement between them. It feels so right. And Ave Maria calmly steps down off the chair, and as soon as she does it, people sort of get out of her way, and they're sort of following her. And they come together, or rather, you can see them looking at each other as they come together, and they embrace, and then there's an explosion.
Shit. Oh God, what have I done? What kind of explosion? Am I blown away? What's the story? Tell me.
Well, let me just remind myself of exactly what happens in this explosion.
Oh no.
Wait, hold.
I'll direct you to the chat box with.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit difficult to do that right now.
Okay, so first of all, I want everybody to roll a percentile dice for themselves, and I will award you some damage from the explosion. It's not an actual explosion, but it's a blast of heat and light as they embrace, which kind of knocks everybody for 6. So yeah, roll your dice and tell me what you get.
I got a 10.
You take 1 point of damage.
Oh, where do I
got a 72, which is probably not good.
There.
You take 9 points of damage.
Yeah.
Where do you mark that on your sheet?
Wound threshold.
This is the classic thing about this. You don't mark it on your sheet, actually. I just remembered this.
Oh, that's intuitive.
You don't know how injured you are. I will describe it as you get a slight knock back. And Greg, you have 1. Whereas Ellen, you are closer to the two of them when they meet, and you actually get thrown back and knocked against the furniture. And I should be rolling all these dice, but tell me what you've got.
I rolled 90.
90. Again, like Ellen,
away, so
you get knocked back just as forcefully as Ellen, and take 9 points of damage on your wound threshold. And are you in the room, Jada? You are, aren't you?
I was sort of in the doorway, so
Yeah.
yes. I rolled 70.
70. So you take 7 points. Yeah, so the idea of this game is you don't know. I will describe how you feel, but I'm the only one who knows when you're actually going to drop down dead. Or
Excellent.
the other thing I want you to do, this is so weird to you. You have seen two people become one.
Mm.
It works against your very sense of self. And so you need to protect yourself with a roll on how strong is it? Okay, if you've got less than 5 hardened notches in your sense of self, you need to make a roll on your sense of self, protecting that with knowledge, a knowledge roll.
Oof.
No, notice, not knowledge.
Notice. Okay.
Oh, notice. Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, I failed that.
So what did you get, Vince?
So I rolled a 55.
That's you harden your notch. So you now add color in another notch along from the cross.
But I'm doing it with my notice. My notice is 60, so I rolled under 60.
Yeah, you rolled under 60. Yeah, so you've protected yourself.
Oh, okay.
You've become hardened to it. You haven't failed. When you failed last time,
yeah,
you were then shocked into paralysis. This time, you've seen something weird. It makes you harder to that sort of sense of self. So you now lose a bit of knowledge, but you gain a bit of lying.
Okay. Oh,
you know how mutable
so I
it
need
is.
to move the notch across.
Yeah.
But I'll also get rid of, because I marked it off as a failure. It wasn't a failure.
It's not a failure, no.
Silly me.
Greg, you have failed.
Greg failed. Greg rolled 75.
75. So you have to mark off a notch on your failures run by self. And you have to tell me, are you running away? Are you paralyzed? Are you raging, frenzying?
It feels like a bit of a cop out, but most likely I think he would be paralyzed. Anything that he was holding, he would have dropped. His jaw has visibly dropped, and he's just not quite sure what to do.
Yeah. This is, I mean, you've seen all this sort of stuff in special effects.
Yeah.
But you've never actually seen it happen in real life.
Exactly. I kind of can't believe that. I mean, the stretchy arms thing, that kind of felt a bit like one of those sort of Fantastic Four comedy moments, terrible things that you see and you think, that's just stupid. Whereas this time it's kind of like a sort of groundbreaking thing that just completely overwhelms my senses.
This time,
clean out the thing.
Yeah, we don't mention that film.
Okay, Ellen, how did you do?
So I passed with 30.
So again, you give yourself a harder notch on self.
Yeah.
So you are now 55 on knowledge, 25 on lying.
Mm-hmm.
And Jada, how did you do?
I rolled 28.
Well,
against
course,
the 45.
though, you don't need to make stress tests.
Is that because that's kicking in? Okay.
Well, I think given that your purpose that you all define is trying to get these guys together.
Yeah.
Then I think you are immune to this sort of stuff.
So does this count as a warrior mission? I'm asking for the benefit of others, because if that counts, would also my second one also count, which says anyone who fights alongside you in a cause gets +10 to their identity or ability check.
No, I'm counting that for them as fighting.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Just try to bail you out, guys.
I will look that up afterwards and correct myself if I'm wrong. But for this one, I'm
Okay.
thinking if they're actually involved in combat alongside you, then
Oh,
they
so
get +10s.
fair. Yeah.
Or struggle for most of them, because most of you don't have combat skills.
So I don't roll anything. Okay.
But you're immune. You don't have to make a stress test, because this is the sort of thing that a warrior has to do. And when the mission was decided, we're going to join these guys together, you're not freaked out by actually joining them together. That's the natural result.
Is that 28 for my next roll then?
Maybe, I don't know. I'll be generous, maybe. So yes.
How many Marias are there now, though?
2 Marias.
One more to find,
Effectively,
isn't there?
there's 2 that you're aware of, I think.
No, in the room, I mean.
In the room, there's only 1.
Oh, right. Okay.
And as soon as that happens, people start drifting away. The spell that Ave Maria held over everybody, it's gone instantly. And so you'll notice as well, so is her rage. She's not quivering with anger. So, just people naturally get up, put their babies back in their intensive care units and roll them back into their position in the ward, start going about their business. I mean, they might be talking about how inspiring it was, but the spell itself is over. So now, guys, I think I said we were going to run this till 4:30. Are you happy to carry on a bit?
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent. So we've got one more Maria to catch, and then maybe one more scene. We'll see how it goes.
Psycho Maria.
Now, I think we're going to the psych ward, so that's not okay, Maria.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, psycho. Right. You're heading off
Yes.
to the psych ward.
Are we taking Maria? We better take Maria with us, hadn't we?
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, how's Maria feeling after having that just happened? Obviously we had angry Maria and Ave Maria, and now I'm assuming there's some sort of middle temperate Maria. What is Maria's recounting of the sensation of knowing what's going on? If we say, come with us, we're gonna go find the other one. How's Maria going to act?
Yes, she agrees. She knows that's what needs to be done, and is willing and complicit. She doesn't seem whole, as it were, but she's neither raging nor speaking eloquently about how wonderful people are. She's a little bit subdued, actually, now.
Maria, would you mind, before we head upstairs, would you mind telling us who or what Fancy Pants is?
Yes, she says, and she starts to explain it, but can I get everybody to make a notice roll?
Nice.
Fail.
77.
Okay, who else failed?
I failed.
Okay, so Vince, you are always looking out for everybody around you, aware of any dangers. To two hospital security guards come round the corner of the corridor as you're walking down the corridor to their towards you, and they catch your eye and they look at you.
How far away are they? Like, am I going to be raising my voice down the corridor, or?
Yeah, you're going to project your voice a bit, but you don't have to shout far. They're these relatively short corridor to the lift section.
And when I catch their eye or they catch my eye, how do they look? What's on their faces?
There's a bit of suspicion on their faces.
Okay. We're just going to keep walking. I'm going to just gently, I'm going to look at Maria. I'm just going to put a hand near her back, not actually on her back.
Okay.
As a kind of almost like a guiding motion. Yeah. I'm going to give a nod to the security guards, and I'm just going to try and hurry us along past them if we can squeeze past in the corridor.
They said, they say, is any of the staff around? We've been trying to call the desk. What's it called? Nobody was answering their phone.
Yeah, I think they're all in the break room, or at least they were just a minute ago when we came up here to.
All right, they walk past you both and go off to talk to whoever's in the break room, muttering about it's rather lax security. They should have had somebody on the desk by the thing.
It's only babies. Who would want to steal babies? It's fine.
Then 2 Catholic cardinals come around the corridor.
Is this a joke?
This
One says to the other.
This whole session has been the setup for a joke, and we've only just clocked on. The last 3 hours. 2 Catholic cardinals walk around the corner. Great. I'm still walking briskly with Maria in tow as we head towards the lift or the stairs to get to the psych unit.
Now, these Catholic cardinals are a bit confused. You're not. I mean, Jada, since you know most about these authority figures, you might have suspected that the hospital guards were authority figures. You might have expected that. These guys in these robes, you've heard that although they represent figures of authority when they appear, they might be amazingly anachronistic. And you can only assume that these 2 unexpected cardinals are such. But they were kind of looking for Ave Maria, and Ave Maria doesn't exist. So they kind of just stop and look down at the floor a little bit, kind of going, where are they? And then down there. So you think you can walk right past them?
Well, it's the
Briskly.
bishop. We need to get past these quick.
Very briskly, carry on walking. Get past these guys. Let's head to the psych unit. Hopefully we're not going to be interrupted as we get there.
Okay. Once you're in the lift, I'm finally going to say, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
I did say it's the bishop.
I mean, give this guy some bloody charges, won't you?
And I was just going to, whilst we're going past, I'm just going to do sort of the,
Yeah.
Roman Catholic gesticulations. And
Right. Okay.
yeah, if they'd been cardinals, that would have been different.
Okay. It's 1 floor down from the 4th floor.
1 floor down then.
Okay.
When you arrive, again, you can't see anybody. The nurse's station has half a sandwich on it, like somebody was eating lunch and then suddenly left.
What's in the sandwich?
Just as we leave the lift, though, I'm going to press every button.
Right. Okay.
Vandal.
All right, Ferris Bueller.
It's all brightly lit, but again, it's silent. There's no one there.
Maybe you didn't hear me last time. What's in the sandwich?
What's in the sandwich? I think pastrami on rye.
Nice, good sandwich.
I've got to think of an American sandwich for this one.
Huh.
I don't know if that's a Californian sandwich. It's quite New York to my feeling, but
Yeah. Well, they'll eat that anyway.
Over here, that's called the New Yorker. Yeah.
Is it got potato chips?
No, I think you'll find that crisps.
It's got a
potato
packet of
chips,
Lay's next to it, a half-open packet of Lay's. I know
Nope.
my American culture. You can't beat me.
For the British people watching, that's Walker's crisps.
Okay. You're all feeling a bit tense as you come in here. Your heartbeat's rising. You're nervous, effectively. Vince, you're wondering whether people are just strong enough for this mission. You're concerned that you're going to be left here alone and everybody's going to back off.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Really, Greg, you've not been very helpful for this whole thing. You've not done very much of this thing at all, and it's beginning to get to you.
Generally like me at work, really.
And Jada, you just worry that you could be doing all this yourself, and these guys are just hangers-on, feeding off.
Remember, I'm still not taking stress tests.
No, it's fine.
All
But
right.
you're feeling a little bit like you. The whole world just clings onto you like they need you to get them out of trouble every time. You feel if something goes wrong, Ellen, you're the one that's going to be caught. Anyway, on the desk there is a note that one of the triplets was brought in here. She's in room 309.
Off to 309 then.
Yes,
We
please.
can find it.
So, Ellen, you're looking at all the doors to find the numbers. In 304, you can see a wounded soldier in khaki, quite badly wounded, still bleeding from what looks like a severed artery in his leg. Nobody with him. Lying on the bed, blood soaking into the mattress, dripping off the bed. The door's closed, but you can see all this through the sort of glass panel in the door.
Well, in that case, of course, I'm going to push open the door.
Well, you say that. You can't push open the door.
Does it seem locked?
Yeah, but it's very securely locked. It doesn't even go against the, against the tang of the lock. The handle doesn't even turn, or it turns all the time, but it doesn't actually turn the lock or the latch of the door.
Okay. So tell me if this is too meta. So Neil is thinking that this is some kind of sort of fearful illusion.
Neil might be right.
But
Ellen, however,
yeah, exactly.
there
So
is
there some way I
there.
can kind of roll like some kind of awareness or like?
Okay.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a secrecy roll
So
or
what you
notice
need
roll.
to do is a stress test.
Okay.
You need to roll. I would suggest this is helplessness in this case. So how many notches do you have in helplessness?
3.
3.
Well, I'm on the 3rd.
Sorry? You're on the 3rd. Yeah. So yeah, you need to make that test, and helplessness is protected by status. So your status is 45.
Okay. 67.
So you fail. You mark a notch against your failures. You've got none. So you put a cross in there. And you can panic. You can frenzy. You can be paralyzed. I would suggest in this particular case, neither panic, paralyzed is not the response that you would take.
Can I in fact do none of them? Can I use steady hand, steady heart?
No, I'm afraid now you've failed. You can't take any action other than one of those.
It says can cast as an instinctive response to a failed stress check.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes, you're right. You can.
Sorry,
okay. Yeah,
sorry.
good point. Otherwise, there'd be.
It's I still take the notch, it says, but don't have to flee, freeze, or flight.
Okay, yes. So you've lost it, but you don't have to freeze or flight. Brilliantly.
So
that costs you.
My hand goes to my gun, and I feel a sense of sort of safety and security, I guess.
Okay.
She was going to blow the door off.
Yeah, so maybe you were. Maybe that was a thing. You thought, well, I'll just shoot the lock away. But as soon as you feel your gun, you feel the cold, hard steel of reality, and you realize there's nobody in that room at all. There's no soldier.
Cool.
Jada, of course, you're not affected by this. You are protected by your warrior's avatar. Greg, you are fading to invisibility. You're looking down and you can see your feet are see-through.
Trying to think how I mean, obviously he would freak out with that. I presume that's going to be a stress test.
That's going to be a stress test?
Because his he's absolutely terrified of being dismissed as unimportant and being a nobody, if you like.
Yeah. It's only the numbers of hits you get on your YouTube channel that make you feel alive. It's the likes,
exactly.
It's the hits. Guys, please like our channel, press the bell, subscribe. This is my opportunity to get that in. Otherwise, we stop being alive at the Effect Podcast too. But coming back to you, you know, and you're wasting time here. You've got content to write. You've got scathing reviews of films to put in. You've got producers
that was
to
a fail, by the way. A 75.
75. That is a fail on your notice.
Probably.
Yes, it is.
Well, it's isolation, isn't it? Would he be?
I was going with your sense of self, actually, but maybe isolation.
I think status would probably be more.
Yeah. Okay.
Fitting. It doesn't.
Status,
whichever.
Well, no. So, if it's isolation, you feel, then that's protected with your connection, which is
still
60, but still that's not good enough. Yeah. So mark a failed notch on there, and your second failed notch on isolation.
Yeah.
And
what's around me? I think he would probably frenzy at this point, but I'm trying to think what he would frenzy against.
there are your friends around you. There are very few other patients here.
As this is a one shot, I think he might frenzy against Maria. What the hell is going on with me? What the hell
She's
is
to
going
blame
on?
for all of this. If she wasn't wasting your time here, you could be back producing videos that everybody would be watching. But now you're stuck in this bloody haunted place with nobody around, nobody looking at how good you are.
Yeah. What the hell is going on with me? And he's going to start trying to punch at her and kick.
Okay, you have nothing that substitutes for struggle, do you?
No, absolutely not. I'm not a. I mean, I think he's fairly well. He's fairly fit, apart from being a bit rotund. You know, feeling some empathy there. But he's certainly not a violent person. No.
Roll a percentile.
Can I step in with my?
Nah, let me get his first attack on
0-8.
first.
Okay.
Because we've still got to deal with your stress test.
Yeah.
That was 0-8.
0-8. You get a good hit on her and do 8 points of damage.
Wow.
And she okay.
Can I do that as basically throwing her up against the wall?
Yep, you can slam her up
grab
against
her
the
and
wall.
throw her against the wall. And I'm like, what the hell is going on with me?
Vince.
Yes.
Frustration is going too far. You can see this evidently. Greg is not. He's too much of a coward. You had a simple mission to do, which is bring the 3 Marias together. He's just given up and he's lashing out at Maria. And they're all, none of them care. It's you and you alone. And as you sense that, you feel this sort of split in reality, that you're on an island and you can't now reach Greg to stop him hitting Maria, because there's your
in the movies where they have the zoom and the hand.
Exactamundo. That is what's happening. You are being dragged away by that effect.
Yeah.
But it's kind of happening to you 3D wherever you look. It's not down one end of the corridor. You're shrinking down there. So that, I think, again, is isolation. It feels to me. So you must defend that with your connect. You've got to get 45 or more. Stop you getting stressed out.
45 or more.
Sorry, 45 or less.
45 or less. Come on, connect. And it's a 20.
It's a 20. Okay, so mark off a notch on isolation. That's now at 45 for status and 35 for pursuit.
Yes.
But you are able to act, and suddenly everything pulls back together into normal proportions. And Greg is beating up Maria.
Well, I've thrown her up against the wall so far.
Yeah.
And probably, I was thinking about this, probably what he would do in a really cliched way is he'll be looking for a fire extinguisher to pick up and throw at her as well.
Okay. I'm going to make it easy for him to get a fire extinguisher. He's about to hit her with a fire extinguisher. And I would like you to make another roll now, please. Percentile roll.
41.
41. You slam the fire extinguisher into the wall by her head. You're not actually very good at this. It's slightly heavier than you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, pretty heavy.
The fire extinguishers they use in the films are, of course, entirely empty. This is quite heavy.
Made of plastic.
Yeah.
At which point, yes, I'd like to step in as the protective big brother. to hopefully break up the illusion, but certainly stop Greg from doing any further harm.
Okay.
Out of character, please do. This is really uncomfortable.
So I'm going to say that is your therapeutic coming in here.
Okay.
What did we say? Was that isolation? You said, Greg, you felt that one?
Yeah, against isolation. Yeah, I'm. It's status to be more accurate.
Sorry?
Status, because
Yeah.
we were feeling that he's losing his corporeal.
So I think, Vince, you have got to, you would normally be helping him, connecting with him, and that would normally be at 45. But in this particular case, because of your therapeutic ability, I will say it's at 55.
Great. So I'm going to
try and do it in a movie cliche.
And you can flip. Given your rage here about flipping, you don't want him to give up. You can or your rage or your fear would count if you want to flip the dice.
Yes. I don't want him to give up, so I might use the rage.
Mm-hmm.
Film tropes about this. Oh gosh,
I'm not a really cause one, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Oh God, there's got to be some film tropes there.
There's got to be something about grabbing a fire extinguisher from somebody and saying, "Hey, man."
I'll tell you what. Actually, the cliche you should be using is "She's not worth it."
Johnny's home.
Sorry?
Johnny's home.
I rolled a 38, so I don't even need to use my rage.
Succeed. Okay, he calms you down. She's not worth it. However, you've still got to find Maria.
Can I just, still quite angry, shout at Maria, "What's going on? I want the truth."
Okay, she says, "We've got to find my other half, but then I'll tell you everything."
While these guys are all freaking out, is Jada still on mission?
You can still be on mission, yeah. Your mission protected you through all this weirdness. You felt some of that,
yeah,
but it didn't affect you.
So Jada's sort of looking around at these guys freaking out a bit, and good old Vince doing his best to try and keep Maria safe and things. But Jada's going to head down to the room where Psycho Maria is allegedly in, and look, if there's a little window or something, look in the window and see if there's actually anybody in the room.
Yes, you can see her hiding beneath the bed.
Is the door locked?
No.
Could really do with Vince here.
Vince, you haven't got, but Ellen, you have recovered from yours with your touch of your pistol, so you're around. But I think Vince is still calming Greg down.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will rush over to see what you've discovered.
It looks like Maria's in here under the bed. We need to get her. We need to get her out now.
Let's see what we can do.
I don't know what condition she's going to be in, so be prepared. We might have to
roll
restrain
notice?
All of us, Matthew.
This is just Jada and Ellen.
We are my Greg.
Fail 69.
73.
Right. Okay.
Just wondering if I can switch that with anything. I've already used it though, haven't I, with Noble earlier?
Well, you've got You could potentially.
Could I use my identity? No, that still fails.
What, for notice, does it substitute for anything? Oh, yeah, 73 failed, so it should have been 60 as opposed to your 45.
Yeah.
However, you could potentially use your fear.
Battling being, but I've already used noble, haven't I? Can't you only use it once?
No, you can use each of those passions once.
Oh, I don't want to be left alone. I think I failed.
Okay, you failed. Fine. Right. So what are you doing?
Come on, we got to go in and get her.
Okay, I'll open the door and go into the room.
Okay. You two go into the room. I just want to say to the other two, Vince and Greg, a couple of World War I staff officers with the red bands around their hat come round the corner towards you.
It's a turnip, my lord.
I'm gonna say, whilst still trying to calm Greg down in whatever I'm saying, I'm also going to say to Maria, go to the others, and like hurry up, go to the others. And I'm just going to point Greg in the direction of the LARPers that are coming down the hall. I'm going to say we could have some trouble here.
Right. They're ignoring Maria because they're looking for Maria. If you get
They're looking for the other Maria.
Yeah.
Okay, Maria.
Do you want to take any action against them? Because they're going to come past you.
Sorry, they're what?
They're going to come past. So you've sent Maria down the hall to the other two, right?
Yeah.
Ellen and Jada. From the other direction, the others are walking. They're following Maria, but they're not following her.
They're
heading
on purpose
towards
to get to the room. Yeah. I will have sent Maria off, going. You know what to do. Get there before these guys do. I'm then going to grab the fire extinguisher from Greg. Hopefully he gives it up. And I am going to just start spraying it in front of these apparitions, or whatever you want to call it, causing a distraction.
I'm just going to pull myself up to my full height and do an army salute, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
Well done. So are we doing, hold on, if your army salute happens while he's spraying them with fire extinguisher, are we doing Carry On Sergeant, the very first Carry On movie?
If you like.
Everything has to be in black and white from this point on then. Okay. So you two are in there. She's cowering, scared, under the bed. Do you want to do anything with her?
I think just try and coax her out. It's all right. It's okay, Maria. You can come out. Your other self is just outside. You're safe here.
So you just checking your abilities. I think you'd have to try that on your connect.
I guess so. Which is 45. Not great.
Oh, actually, hold on a second. Let me just think about that. What you're saying is that no, I think it's going to be on your connect on 45.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering about status, but that's 45 too.
56.
What did you get?
56.
56.
Not even worth flipping.
Doesn't even flip. No. She's scared of you. Your military demeanor even though you've been an EMT person, you're off-putting. She crawls under there. Jada, are you trying anything?
I don't suppose Vince or Greg shouted out that the other Maria was coming down, did they?
No, not really. No.
Or that she was being, or that, yeah. Right, so we don't know that's happening.
In fact, I don't even know if we would have immediately noticed that you'd gone. So it's probably only now since we're kind of looking around and seeing these bizarre soldiers appear that we kind of maybe thought, hang on a minute.
Yes. Yes, she's going to try. She's going to try and say to her, Maria, it's important you come and you trust us and come with us now.
Okay, so you're targeting her helplessness, and you can actually do that as a pest exterminator.
Yes.
You get 60 on that roll.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Then I won't roll any dice. And I get 6.
0, 6.
Yeah.
So so she comes timidly crawling out from under the bed and says, I've got to find my other selves. Only then can we join together and all this can stop. I've scared everybody. I've put people in danger.
I extend my hand to her to take her by the hand and say, we've got your other selves are outside. You've got to come quickly.
And indeed, as you say that, the other Maria walks through. They see each other, approach each other, and embrace. Okay. Well, Ellen, I'm going to get you take cover under the bed, but I'm going to roll some dice for you because you get knocked back by the. Ooh, ow! You get quite severely caught in the explosion, Judder, as you bring these two people together, and thrown against some machinery, and you do. Hold on. You didn't take any damage last time at all, did you? Though.
No.
Oh, yes, you did. 9.
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah.
Oh, worth a try.
Okay, you are feeling a bit crock at this point. I mean, it's a sort of thing. You can, as a warrior, you can battle through this, but you feel you may need hospital treatment.
Yeah. Well, I was holding her hand when they reconnected. So
you were, yes. Yeah, you were. You don't need to do stress tests, though. You've seen this before, and you were kind of expecting it. So, at that point outside, there's nothing unnatural going on. So the two of you spraying the two staff officers, just see them disappear. Nobody who mustn't exist exists now. There is only Maria,
that we know of.
whole and natural.
I'm going to pull out my cell phone and I'm going to call Ellen because I'm not quite sure where they've gone.
Still the voicemail.
No, Ellen.
No.
Ellen. Oh, sorry, Ellen. Your phone rings, Ellen.
I guess you probably hear it as we're only down the.
You might have seen. Oh no, they're facing the other way actually. So yes, you hear the ring of the phone from about 5 doors down.
And seeing who it is, I just kind of go to the door and poke my head out. It's okay, we're in here.
What ringtone does Ellen have by default? Or have you got one
Crazy Frog, isn't it?
Star Spangled Banner, I think.
Yeah.
I was thinking it might have been the 24 ringtone.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
That's a good
the
one.
old Fisco one. Okay, so I'll walk over. Is Jada visibly not well at this point? I'm sure.
Hold on a second. Let me just tell you about how Jada's feeling. You feel sore and exhausted and you want to go to bed, but you're not actually injured. You need a good night's sleep. But no, you don't think there's any internal injuries.
So, are you on the floor, Jada, or are you standing?
No, she
Or
can
not there?
stand.
I just wondered if you are currently.
I probably got knocked to the floor, and as you see me, I'm trying to get to my feet.
Okay, I'll come
After
over.
having quickly checked over.
So I'll extend my hand down to try and pull you back up, and I just say, I'm sure you'll feel much better once we get into the fresh air. You know, don't you think that will just cure you?
I need to sleep. I need to sleep.
Yeah, fresh air will do you good. The fresh air will fix everything.
I'm just glad my aerosol cans didn't erupt. That could have done some real damage.
Just for shits and giggles,
Yep.
I'm going to bank that as a what could go wrong. If that's all right with you.
Okay.
So maybe we can hear a kind of slight hissing if we listen carefully.
Let me just see.
My precious bug sprays.
Doesn't have to happen immediately, does it?
I'm not reading that it would. So
Yeah.
it could be something that could be quite serendipitous to happen
Okay.
later.
Yeah, I'll make a note of that
at
one.
GM's discretion.
Cheers, Phil.
So let's just come back to Maria, who is now whole, sobbing. She's angry at what Fancy Pants did to her. She's guilty. You asked her to explain what was going on, and so she
Yes.
pours it all out. Now you're all here. She's been summoning a demon to answer the questions that Ellen had for her. Not Ellen.
Renee.
Renee had for her. I mean, some of them she could answer herself, but she never wanted to let Renee down. And Fancy Pants requires. She's not stupid. She's not having him possess her body. All these spirits need a body really to work. So she lured men into her house, tied them up, and then had Fancy Pants
Possess them.
The deal was that he had a little bit of time to go off and do something in their bodies in return for answering a question. She knew it was wrong. She's trying to stop herself do it. She called him, summoned him one last time to tell him it was going to be the end. He warned her that there were all these people out there who knew what she'd done, that would try and get their revenge on her, and said if she gave him a week in this body that she'd pulled him into, he could acquire for her a necklace which would protect her. But as soon as she wore it, and you noticed, as she points it out, you realized you'd seen this necklace on each of these, but it's got 3 diamonds in it. And in the other 2, there was only 1. When you saw them, the individual ones having it.
Different diamonds in each.
And as soon as you put that on, it ripped her apart, caused this explosion in her house, and did that. And he's out there now. He's I don't know, taking revenge on her, not going to get whole. and it's all her fault, and she's let it loose. That's why she's crying.
So we need to find this guy. I presume is a male. Do you have any information about the body that they've possessed?
Is this a meta question? Is this a hook for further gameplay, or is this
There's
actually
one more scene?
Okay.
One more scene. Okay.
Good
Just
question.
double checking.
Good question.
Yeah.
And just to help you with this one, Renee is still not answering her phone.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
Thanks.
Shall we take Maria? Well, I don't know what we do with Maria, but shall we go and
What
visit
do we
Renee?
do with a girl like Maria?
Yes. Quite.
I say we bring her with us. I say we get in the bugmobile and we go to Detective
No.
Renee Jefferson's place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
You know where
To
she
the
lives?
Bugmobile.
The bugmobile, yeah. Na-na-na-na-na.
Okay, it's not far away. It's in a wealthier neighborhood than Maria's. 2-story home made with real brick, long driveway to the side of the house. The lawn is green, the windows are clean, and you can see Renee's car. You've seen her before, you know what car she drives. It's on the drive. Everything's normal.
well, I guess first of all we just try the front door, I suppose.
Yep. Go up to the front door, give it a knock.
It's locked and there's nobody answering.
I'm going to pop around the back.
The
Neighborhood
kitchen door
Yeah.
has
Kiss
been
my ass.
busted open.
Can I have a look under the rug of the front door?
Key under the rug.
Yeah.
Are you making a spell of that?
No.
Okay,
It's
no,
just a
there's no
cliche.
key under the rug.
Or a flower pot. Or a little stone.
Exactly. I have to check all these places.
There's an oddly plastic-looking rock near the door. I've gone around the back. The kitchen door is busted open, so I'm just going to walk on in.
Okay, there has been a gunfight in the kitchen.
Ooh.
There are several bullet holes in the wall near the door. Yes, but there's a scene of a fight in here. Furniture's been knocked over, I imagine. Bullets in the wall by the door where you're now standing. But there's spilt coffee, I think. And there's she's not here.
Is that with a cursory glance, or is that with a I've checked the place out?
Check when you say what place?
The house.
Right, she's not on the ground floor.
Okay, so at which point I'm gonna go to the front door, unlock it, let them in. I'm just gonna be like, my finger is to my lips, and I'm gonna point upstairs. I'm gonna point at Ellen, and I'm gonna pretend to unholster a weapon, which I don't have. And again, I'm gonna point upstairs.
Finally, I get to get my gun out.
And I'm gonna let them in.
Okay.
Jada, as you're pointing upstairs, Jada points down.
Check if there's a cellar. Right.
I'm going to go straight to the kitchen and get the largest chef's knife that I can find.
There doesn't appear to be a cellar.
No bugs.
No bugs. Brick built house. No basement. I don't know whether they don't mention the basement. There, mate.
Built
There's a
house in
basement. It's full
America.
of bugs. Go down and kill some.
Rich
bugs.
neighborhood.
So I guess I should probably take point.
What are you doing with Maria at this point?
Oh yes.
Perhaps we should leave her in the van.
No,
Well,
I feel like she should come with us.
At the back, anyway.
Yeah, at the back.
Magic user at the back.
Matthew, I've just gone and assumed that stuff is happening upstairs, but having also pointed it to people, but I haven't rolled for any of this. I'm guiding people as
right, yes.
but I haven't actually rolled for anything.
Did anybody ask you where she was?
Vince.
No, we haven't spoken yet.
I mean, that was kind of the point of why we were here. So I guess I just kind of jumped the gun on that.
Where's Renee?
Yeah, now this is almost your taboo. You're being too much of a protagonist. and not being the guide.
Go upstairs.
So were this a game, campaign game, I might say, this knocks you down some for your guide, but for the purposes of this one, I'm not giving you, unless anybody asks of you, then your assumption is she's upstairs, but that is only your assumption.
Yes. Okay. Not a special role.
Greg,
is she
you
upstairs?
notice when you said you were looking for the largest kitchen knife, the kitchen knives are all gone.
Okay, I'm going to check the drawers.
There are no kitchen knives. I mean, there's
rolling
there's
pin.
other things.
Rolling pin.
There's a rolling pin. Yeah.
I'll grab the rolling pin.
Okay.
And what time of day is it now?
How long did you think you took for all of that? Mid-afternoon, later to mid-afternoon.
Okay, I just wondered whether or not
Mid to
it was getting dark yet. Okay. I'll get a rolling pin. And creep across the floor, try not to let it creak too much.
Sideways, the sides of the steps are in the middle. What's your marching order for this?
I think I'd definitely be in front.
Yeah.
Gun ready.
Okay.
I'll be towards the back in front of Maria.
I'll follow up after Ellen, because it's the warrior thing to do.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ellen, Jada, who's at the back?
Vince.
Right. Okay. Ellen, Jada, Greg. As you go up to the stairs, you're keeping quiet, I think. Oh yes. That you can sense that there's the door to the master bedroom is closed, but you feel there's somebody in there.
While we're all quietly going up the stairs, can we just, or get to the top, can we just listen and see if we can hear any noise?
You can hear the sound of somebody gagged, protesting.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Can you work out what they're saying? Yeah.
So I guess
Say that in character. Jada,
creeping.
can you work out any of that?
Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, I speak fluent, mate.
Jada speaks fluent gag.
So you're saying you're creeping up silently, and then you're doing a gag. A gag outside the church, outside the door.
No, it wasn't meant as a joke. It was literally hey, can you make out what's
But you're
being
saying
said.
it, are you?
Whispering, probably.
Whispering. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Okay. I
was going to say, hearing the muffled, is it possible to make out anything listening at the door again?
Yeah, okay. You hear a man say, I'm going to make this last as long as I have been enslaved by that woman. You're not going to enjoy it, but I am.
I will make sort of panicky noises to.
So I'm gonna attempt to kick the door in.
I'm not military. I'm a bug sprayer.
Okay. So you're kicking the door in. I reckon you could do that on your. It would have to be, I think, on your Gulf War corpsman identity, don't you? Or your violence is 45. Actually, no, your violence is 35. Yeah. Does
this count on being in a combat situation, Matt?
This probably does, yeah. So given the mission, you get 10% on that. So 50.
50. 47.
47. The inspiration of the warrior helps you there. You burst in and manage, despite your whispering outside, to surprise this rather overweight grandpa. He's about probably 60, dark-skinned. He's wearing a Tommy Bahama shirt tucked into his jeans and a Panama hat. He does have all the kitchen knives laid out on the bed beside him. He's holding one of them, but surprising you, being surprised by you, he drops the knife and stands back against the wall and says, I can give you what you want.
I'm gonna jump on him and try and restrain him.
You've got your gun in your hand. You're holstering your gun.
That's true. I have, haven't I?
No, let Jada do that.
Yeah.
Why don't you throw some of that bug spray at him?
Well, as I'm near so it can explode. as I'm nearly dead anyway, or not feeling so, I will, with Ellen covering, I will try and restrain this person and wrest the knife off of him.
He's dropped the knife, but you're going to restrain him.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's your warrior identity at 60.
Yes, I hope so.
And you can. Which of these passions have you marked off? I think you've still got rage if you want to. Oh no, the warrior you can flip anyway. Actually, because that's your obsession identity.
Let me save you a trip. I rolled 78, so it doesn't matter what you do to it. It's 78.
It's 78. So
or 87, whichever's worse.
Yeah, we'll go with 78, shall we? It doesn't matter. Yeah. So you fail to grapple him, which is what your intention was. He might. I'll give him a moment.
Charged in, attempted to shoulder barge him, completely missed and fell on the floor.
Right. Well, he didn't fall on the floor, sadly. He manages to turn your attack against yourself, and you now find yourself grappled with his arms around you. He reaches for a knife and says, "Don't come any closer or I'll cut her."
Oh, that didn't go very well.
No. I,
Does anybody want to spend any charges at the moment?
Trying to think what I can do.
Yeah, likewise.
Somebody who might have the.
I don't have
At least
charges.
that didn't set the aerosols off.
Yeah, I tried to convince Jada to do that. I will. Okay, I'm gonna grab. Where are the aerosols? Did you drop the bag, or are you
No,
still
no,
on
no.
you?
I think they're on his person, on her
they're
person.
yeah, they're sort of strapped on, ready just in case she ever sees a bug. So you can probably
The
grab
bandolier.
one of them. Yeah. You could probably grab one of them quite easily.
So,
I wonder. Go on.
well, I was just going to ask for a clarification because hopefully we're wrapping up very shortly. As an avatar, what do they call it? Avatar.
You're an
character.
avatar, yeah.
Yeah. I don't have the pool of what they're called.
Charges.
Charges.
No. So your effects last all the time.
Yeah,
much.
but that I can still also do rituals. Going back to what you're saying at the very beginning, you kind of create a new ritual every time when you try to do something. So you have to.
So there are gutter magicians that do that sort of shit.
Right.
You don't believe in that.
Oh, okay.
You believe that just living the life of the guide is the truest way to change the world. You believe that it is actually the truest way to change the world by becoming such a good guide that you become the guide and then alter the world in whatever direction you like.
Oh, okay. Because my character sheet says this identity has the cast ritual feature, but okay.
Well, you have. If somebody were to tell you another ritual, then you could cast it.
Okay.
And so just as you're discussing this, you're with Maria, aren't you?
Yes.
And she says, we could call the authorities.
I go,
the authority figures.
Yes, Maria.
It's unnatural.
How do we do that?
Okay, she says, right. I remember this, and she says, right, you've got to draw a 6-foot square in coins or salt on the floor, and in that box, place a hat belonging to some kind of authority figure, like a policeman's hat, a firefighter's helmet, or crown, a book on leadership, and a drawing or stuffed animal of a mythological creature. Then you've got to urinate on all three, being careful not to wash away the box. Everyone present must say, there are no monsters, only people.
Do I believe her?
You absolutely. She's telling you the truth.
Okay. I'm gonna say, great, come with me. We go back downstairs, go into the kitchen, grab the big table salt shaker thing. I'm gonna make a 6-foot square out of salt. I'm gonna follow each step. I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna unzip my jeans.
Hold on, where are you getting your symbol of authority?
Oh, I'm gonna look through the book because Renee's a cop. She's gonna have some book on cops.
She's probably, yeah. For the sake of this one, I'm going to say that she probably came in.
There's a
badge.
Left her badge on the hall table or wherever she takes it. Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
And
draw a quick picture of a dinosaur.
That's not a mythological creature. It's got to be a unicorn.
Yeah, clearly unicorn. Rough drawing. Put that in there. I'm gonna
pee on him.
Maria for a second. Tell her to spin around. Unzip my pants and really just kind of struggle for a moment to.
I peed recently, so still a challenge.
Like, oh man, I thought I had to go. No, I'm going to urinate in the square and.
We're in that carpet.
Yeah.
Whilst you're doing that, can I just I want to shout up to the old man who's got Jada by the throat or whatnot and say, let the woman go, or we're going to cover you in bug spray and you know exactly how much that's going to take you out.
Seems to me that you're in no position to threaten me. I'm the one with the knife, and you haven't got any bug spray.
We have plenty of bug spray, and you know that's going to do a hell of a load of damage to the likes of you.
While this conversation's going on, is it possible for me to get one of my small aerosols and do the
little one that Jada keeps in her sock?
it's just one of the small ones, small ones on her belt.
He's twisted one of your arms, I think, up behind your back, but you probably have got another free arm. And he's got his knife to your throat.
Yeah, he's sort of behind me. Well, I'll take the chance and hope Phil can do something clever with it that'll stop me getting my throat cut.
That's asking a lot.
That's why I tried to get you to throw it.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to get you to make a secrecy roll.
And remember, one of my features is coerce helplessness, so perhaps I could feign complete submission.
No. That's that you use that to convince people. That,
oh, okay.
Only you can help them.
Right. So, what do you want me to roll?
Secrecy.
For
You're
35,
trying to do this without him noticing.
35%.
Yeah.
71. Now, I would like to use my rage here, which is parasites, because I believe this thing is a parasite.
Yeah, I think so. More figurative than literal.
Yeah, more figurative than literal. And that makes my 71 a 17.
Okay, right. So you spray him in the face with a bug spray. Right? Is that your plan?
Yes.
Do you want to do anything to make that more powerful? As in
me or
you, Greg? Sorry, I'm looking at you.
I was trying to taunt.
When we all look round the table, I point my face in one direction. You
Out
should
of
look at my
character,
eyes, see which bit of the screen I'm looking at.
Out of character, I was trying to taunt him into saying what the bug spray wouldn't do to him. He now doesn't have the opportunity to do that, so I can't do anything of the sort.
Well, except you've banked the other one. Do you want to say
you could if he lets go
I
of
do
me?
That, yeah, exactly. If I do that, if we allow that charge to happen now, it's going to explode in Jada's hand, which is probably suboptimal.
But if he, sorry, you probably shouldn't be saying it. If he lets go of me, perhaps you could say throw the bug spray at him. But there you go. Out of character.
Well, yes. I mean, Jada can do whatever she wants if she gets released, which is down to GM's discretion.
You're not doing anything, Ellen. You're just standing there pointing the gun at him.
I'm gonna. I guess I clearly don't want to shoot at this point, so I think I will. I'm gonna try and I don't know what role this will be. I'm gonna try and talk him down. Say, look, this has gone too far. This has got a bit out of control now. I think let's just all calm down and we can see how we can resolve this peacefully.
What? Sorry, Matt. What was the result of him getting sprayed in the face with bug spray?
Well, I just wanted to check.
We're just resolving what everyone's doing.
So, you spray him in the face with a bug spray, but to a human, that would make him go like that. But he's a demon. He's in a human's body, but he's not necessarily affected by stuff like that. So he kind of laughs it off. It's chaos to him, and that's what he likes. He says, "Honey, I've had stuff sprayed at me since the 1900s.
Damn, what a waste of rage. So there you go.
Meanwhile, you're still doing all this downstairs. It's going to take a little bit of time to summon these guys. I'm pointing at you there, Vince.
Yeah.
You're going to talk him down. So what are you going to try and say?
I'm just saying, look, this has gone too far. We've all let ourselves get a bit carried away. You said when we came in that you could give us what we wanted. Why don't we just let Jada go? Why don't we just talk about this and we can resolve this?
You tell me what you want first, and then we can talk.
You should be thinking more carefully about what's going to happen to you if you don't do what we say.
Nothing's going to happen to me.
Yeah, I'll take that. Can I take that as the what could go wrong?
Okay, yeah.
As a vague, so something is going to happen, but 1 to 7 charges to do one each. I think each charge does 1d10 of damage or something.
Right. So you engaging this guy in conversation, trying to talk him down. I think that gives Vince the time to summon up the authority figures. Vince, your choice. What sort of uniforms or what are they wearing this time?
Sorry, say that again.
What
just
are these particular authority figures?
Oh, seeing as we used police stuff, I will have taken the cap off of Greg as well, and when I ran downstairs, because it required an authority.
If I overheard that, I would have given you the cap.
Oh, okay. So I use that. So these are going to be police officers. It's going to be pretty basic.
That's dull.
Well, you have the principal dancers from the Bolshoi Ballet.
Can we have Mulder and Scully?
I'll tell you what they're going to be.
Mulder.
They're going to be from the popular TV show at the time. I feel this isn't quite now we're doing this, but I think they might be
Frank
Donald Trump and his sidekick on The Apprentice.
Oh God! All right.
Yeah. Really? Wow.
Oh, I was going to say Starsky and Hutch for a minute.
So they don't look at you. They know where there's something unnatural going on, and they just head out of the stairs, arms down, leaning forward slightly. But I think the real Donald Trump might be one of these authority figures. The way he stands, and
not doing a very good job if he is.
No. And I don't know who his sidekick is, but I'm sure there was an equivalent in America of
I think it was his daughter, wasn't it? I don't know. Probably depends on the series.
Might do. Anyway, they head up the stairs together, Donald and Ivanka. And you have got an opportunity, Greg, to do something happening to them. Have you thought what might happen to him?
Yeah, so I'd like to spend 4 charges.
Yeah.
So basically on page 13 of I presume it's the player's book.
Yeah.
Vague predictions like nothing's bad can happen or will be fine causes a serendipitous injury with 1d10 wounds per charge, up to 5 charges.
Okay.
These dice are added together like hand-to-hand damage. So in terms of thematically what happens, I'm not too sure.
Can you think of something? Can you make something happen? You're magical.
So, yeah, we're. So, what room were we in? The bedroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're in the bedroom, and after Jada fails to do anything with spraying this can, she discards it, throws it against the wall, which causes a piece of wall furniture. And as she does that, the canister explodes,
Right.
and a piece of wall furniture will then come. There's a height that will hopefully not hurt Jada too much. Will collapse towards
Okay.
creature.
A sconce.
Yeah, conveniently, a sconce was on the wall containing
Right.
almighty fire.
So Jada's frustrated with this, having had no ill effect on him. Casts it nonchalantly to one side. It knocks the candlestick, like the sconce, off the wall, and maybe roll. Let's see, roll 4d10 for me, and tell me what the total is.
Me?
Yeah.
So that's 11 plus 13. Oh,
13
no,
in
sorry.
total.
No, hang on. That's a 7, not a 1. So 11, 19.
19 in total.
Yep.
It does one of those things where it knocks the sconce into the bookshelf. The books all tumble over, and some heavy thing rolls off the shelf, hits him on the head for 19.
It's going to be a trophy. It's going to be one of Renee's trophies.
Renee's policing trophies. Yeah.
Yes.
Bowling ball team.
Yes.
Yeah.
The unintentional Rube Goldberg machine has gone in successfully.
Okay, so that hasn't hurt him that much because he's quite tough. But at which point, you sense behind you, Greg and Ellen, some figures coming up the stairs.
I'm going to look.
Yeah,
see what's coming.
See who they are, I guess.
And they're Donald and Ivanka Trump coming side by side up the stairs.
Oh, out of character, I really want to say something, but I'm trying to keep politics out of this.
I imagine we'd realise it wasn't really Donald Ivanka Trump. So,
well, you begin to recognise the sort of behaviours of these authority figures, interested really in nothing other than their quarry, and standing side by side, arms down all the time, which does look a lot like Donald Trump, but their hands maybe aren't quite as small as his. I don't know. And they march around together, side by side, towards you guys. Are you getting out of the way, or?
Yeah, just let them in.
Okay.
Sure.
Is there an orange glow around them?
The air of incompetence.
And I'm just trying to see whether it does anything. So yeah, when they see the demon holding you, their arms drop to the floor, lengthen, their hands drop to the floor, and then snake along. And he says, no, we can do a deal. Call them off. I'll give you anything you want. I can possess whoever you hate. Just I can make them kill themselves. God, there's got to be something you want.
No deal, demon.
I want you to take this knife from my neck.
Someone needs to say you're fired. Honestly.
We're laying out all these cliches.
Yeah, I know, but that's a TV series.
Well, you come up the stairs. Actually, come on then. Why don't you, Vince? You come up to the top of the stairs.
I've followed them up. And just as the arms are sneaking down, I just kind of point at him and go, in a terrible impression of Donald Trump, I just go, "You're fired." Like I said, terrible impression. I point
Baby
him
hands.
as they do their thing.
Okay.
Because I've never actually watched the US version of it. I've only ever watched the UK version of The Apprentice.
It's pretty much the same.
Yeah, but the way that Alan Sugar says it is very different. Sorry, Sir Alan Sugar. Anyway.
Lord
Alan.
Alan Sugar.
Lord Alan Sugar. Not Sir.
So you feel these arms snaking around his body, not you, Jada. And in the end, he has to let go of you because, of course, he's getting wrapped up in arms. And then the arms sort of retract, pulling him across the room to them. And they come together. They smile in a way, if you can imagine Donald Trump smiling. And they kiss him on the forehead and then implode upon themselves.
So what happened to the poor possessed man?
He's gone.
Oh, that poor man. Well, I hope whatever bureaucracy these things have means that that man gets returned to himself.
Yeah, I have no idea what happens. Looking at this, it's got all's well that ends mostly well. It tells you everybody's fates, but it doesn't say anything at all about poor old, I'll tell you his name. James Bell.
James Bell.
Abruptly, the man ceased.
Cool. Well, I guess we're just wrapping up now.
Yeah.
So is Renee tied to the wall or something?
She was tied to her bed. Yes, spread eagled on a bed. Typical sort of torturing scene about to take place. She is thankful. What are you going to tell her about what Maria told you?
I'm going to let Maria do it.
Sounds fair.
Should we untie
her? Yes. Yes, we should untie Maria.
Renee.
I'm going to find Maria. I'm going to encourage her to take the first steps at making things better by owning up to what Maria has done. And so that we can all move on from there.
I think that's she takes that all on board and she spills out the whole terrible story to Maria, to Renee. So were this a campaign, I would say that she's going to start therapy. You have become trusted allies of Renee. Your relationship with her would increase by 5%. Maria would become another contact of yours, perhaps a relationship if you wanted to fill her in there. And yeah, so if this was a campaign, you might choose to take her on as a responsibility, given that she's going through therapy now, and or any of these other sort of relationships you had with people, if you felt there was a natural cause for that. What would also happen, those of you that failed rolls, when you fail a roll, at the end of the session, you get a chance to add to that roll. So you'd roll a D10 and I think add half of that roll in points to whatever that was. I'm not making that really clear. So if you failed on Exterminator, say, Jada, which is currently at 60, I think, for you, you roll a d10, get 8. So then Exterminator would be 64. Yeah, that's kind of what would happen, I think.
So hold on, sorry. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this because I'm still not entirely sure whether I've been following it right. Rolling under, but at the end where we've had failures, you're growing through failure, you grow in your experience of things that you failed
yes.
at.
Yeah.
So it becomes easier next time. So there's actually it's quite similar to Call of Cthulhu in a way, isn't it?
It's a long time since I played Call of the Cthulhu. Do you get a
Which
tick
is another
when you
percentile.
fail?
Um,
I thought you got a tick when you succeeded, but I haven't played it since the old version.
right. Oh, maybe
It's
I'm
like
getting
Cyberpunk.
myself confused. Cyberpunk. Maybe that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. So but you don't do that on your abilities. So these abilities are based entirely on your mental state.
Okay.
These can change, and you get percentages here. It doesn't mean that you'll have noticed already that 65 and 55 don't add up to 100. They add up to more than 100. So it isn't that you're slightly more of the guide than you are the big brother. But if you'd failed on any of the roles, you've learned from that experience. So you might add a little bit to each of those.
I see. Okay, cool.
But you could also, given that you did a number of things that were very guidey, as it were, I could also give you reasons to add just 5% onto your being an avatar of the guide sort of thing.
Cool.
Do you ever lose hardened notches once you've gained them?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, your hardened notches stay the same. And indeed, there's a time when either one of two things happens. You get 25 hardened notches in total, I think it is, at which case you're burnt out. I can't remember quite what happens when you get burnt out. I'm sure I've got it here in this. I think it tells you in
Doesn't
here.
sound good.
But broadly speaking, you are no good as an NPC no good as a character anymore.
So is that hardened notches or is that failures?
Well, if you fill a whole row of 5 failures on any one thing, then you go mad. Well, not mad, but you end up with a psychosis based on what you failed on. And again, you're kind of written out at that point. So you are always heading towards your coming out of the character at some point. Just to fill you in a little bit on running a campaign, the idea is you have a session 0 and you don't start with pre-gen characters or anything like that. You do a big session 0 where you say, well, we are a cabal. What are we trying to do, guys? And it could be as simple as we're a cabal trying to get so-and-so elected mayor of our town, to as grand as we are going to change the universe by doing this enormous magical ritual that's going to turn us all into elephants or something. Obviously, some of these are more achievable than others, but they all kind of, you put a sort of percentage. What do we have to do to get there on that way? And each one of those is worth, say, 20%. And if you like, towards at the end of the campaign, you've got 100%, you've achieved what it is you wanted to do. Or at some point before that, you might say, let's see if we can do it. Let's run the election. We're 75% of the way towards making him mayor. Let's just see whether we can do it now. And you roll the dice and see whether you've succeeded. and so each campaign has got a limited life,
Hmm.
and the idea is that your characters don't burn out or go mad before you've changed the world in whatever way you want to do that.
Cool. Great.
Good
Well,
stuff.
thank you, Matt. Thanks for
Yes.
doing this. This has been really fun.
That's right.
Cool. Well, thank
Really
you
good.
for playing with us. And we shall do this again sometime, I guess.
Please.
I guess, given that nobody else did anything this weekend, we have to count this as one of Dave's much promised monthly games that he was going to run, which obviously he hasn't, and it's 2 months late, but we're getting there.
Sorry, he's
He's
setting
still
an
waiting.
expectation.
He's still waiting for Bit of Reach to arrive.
He was going to run things from the flood, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway,
does that make him not the best GM this month then?
oh, absolutely, I'm the best GM this month, and you can all tell him.
Right.
And so Greg and Phil and Neil, we're going to see you tomorrow night for the
Yep.
first session of the new Coriolis adventure.
Yeah,
Yay.
I've not really watched any of the scenario so far, but I kind of feel that's okay because there's a mercenary coming in.
Yeah.
wouldn't
As
know
I
what's
said,
happened anyway.
Neil asked very specifically, should I be catching up on everything? Actually, did I reply, Neil?
You did, and he said it was up to me.
Yeah, that was it. I kind of said,
So I did. Yesterday I had the entire day packing boxes full of dice.
oh,
And
right.
So I thought, well, as I'm just going to be stood
Well,
here
I'm
packing
doing that.
boxes, I will. So I pretty much caught up on the entire thing. I've just got
Excellent.
the last episode to go.
Awesome. Yeah, I've
Um,
kind of intentionally decided not to do that because my character wouldn't have that exposition anyway. But I will catch up at a later date. Good
Yeah.
opportunity though to plug the podcast and the like, Mr. GM.
That you did earlier.
While we're still streaming, you mean, to all
Yes.
the millions of listeners that have
Yes.
been if they're still here. So obviously, like the YouTube channel, but come and visit us on the podcast too at effectpodcast.org, where we produce a magazine show every 3 weeks roughly on everything Free League, really, although we expand into other games occasionally. And every week on effectap.org, there is an episode of an actual play. And I've just put the last episode for a while online of the campaign that you guys are going to be joining us in, Coriolis campaign, Mercy of the Icons. I'm going to take a break, and from next week, we're going to have some more Alien with Home Sweet Home.
Nice.
Matt, when is the next podcast going to be released? The
next
podcast?
magazine show podcast,
Yes.
I think in about 2 weeks. Why do you ask?
Oh, because the last one on Podchasers is the 19th of April.
You're missing out on a few.
Expansion is life.
No. So where are we? Let me just check. So you've missed Unity is Strength and The End is Near.
They're not on Podchaser.
I must have a check with Podchaser, see what's going on.
I
thought it was a bit odd.
am going to run away whilst we're still streaming.
No
so
way.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
I will stop streaming and then
Farewell.
you